Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing today? I'm just going to set up for a second. Now, I'm just putting up the reference photos. I know some of you might have already had a look at them, but I'm just going to put the link in. For those of you who are new here, my name's Darren. I'm basically a watercolor artist from Melbourne, Australia, and I run a bunch of these free live workshops over the weekend, sometimes during the week as well, kind of depends if I've got time. Um, but thank you so much for coming along. Really appreciate you all being here. And basically, there's a couple of subjects that I want to cover today, and we're going to be doing them in two different styles. So this first one here is a cafe scene, and firstly, I'd really like to thank a couple of my viewers who suggested these scenes, and it's been really good because I posted a little post on the Watercolor Mentor page asking for any suggestions. Sometimes I kind of run out of ideas, but it's also to see what you guys want to see, and sometimes you guys will end up suggesting something that I've never really done before, and I always like a good challenge and to try different subjects. So I've got a whole list of subjects. I've actually noted them all down for future classes. So if you have any ideas, let me know. But for those of you who are watching, pop a message in the chats. Let me know, and let everyone know where you're watching from. Some of your experience in painting or art. Just a little bit about yourself. So, I'd love to sort of hear whereabouts you're from, especially. And I'm going to go ahead and just bring out a bunch of. So what I'll do is I'll paste the link to the reference photo because I know sometimes people can't find it. It's in the discussion section of the actual event, but it can be tricky to find sometimes. So I'll just paste this, guys, so then you'll be able to actually have a look at it. So I'm just putting this in the chats for those of you who are wondering where the reference photo is, so that I don't have to kind of go ahead and do it after. And let me just have a look. I've got a couple of windows open. Sorry, I'm just trying to get all these windows open at the same time, so I don't have to kind of mess around with it later. And I'll paste this also in the in my other page, Darren Your Art, because I know there's a live stream going there as well. It's kind of weird. Facebook does this thing where it streams to different locations, a bunch of different locations on Facebook, but it kind of doesn't combine it all into one. So I've got to have a few windows open up at the same time. So, firstly, we've got this scene here, and for those of you who have had a look at the reference, I've actually put in a special reference in there. I've edited the photo so that it kind of simplifies it down into the kind of light and the dark areas, and that's something I'm also going to refer to a little bit as I do this scene, because it actually helps me to see which areas of light and dark I should emphasize. It's something I think that's really important with these type of scenes, especially where you've got all this detail. How can we simplify it down and essentially just into almost two values? If you have a look at that reference, I don't have it up. I might be able to just chuck a quick, just upload it quickly. But yeah, if you have a look at the reference photos that I've uploaded in the discussion, it's actually in there, and that will help you out a little bit. If you're interested in me kind of putting it up here on the screen, I can do that as well. Just that it might cover up part of my palette. I know some of you want to kind of see it as well. So I'm just going to go through the chats. We've got Yvette, Paul, and welcome Yvette. And she's actually Yvette's actually one of my viewers who suggested beach landscapes, and she's been quite successful actually in drawing and painting some of these in the past. She's had if you don't mind me saying, she's put a couple up in an exhibition that did quite well. So very. I think you'd be very proud of yourself, Yvette. There's also Maria. So Maria Julia Escart, who's a student of mine for a while now. and she actually lives in Sicily in an area called Cefalù, and that's what we're doing today. I hope I pronounced that right. I'm not sure if I pronounced that right, but it's this is the photograph that she's provided, and that's and she wanted to do this scene, so I thought, you know, why not? Let's give it a try. And then we've also got Margaret Golden, who suggested this first scene here, outdoor cafe scene. So before we actually get started, one of the first things that I want to do is I want to show you a little exercise to simplify down figures into, yeah, just almost like a little gestural drawing to get some figures in. Let me just get off this bit of paper. There's stuff here already. But it's kind of a practice technique that I do. When you've got all this, especially with this cafe scene, look at all these people. They're just all crowded there. You don't really, it's just, there's so much going on in there. And it really pays to do a little exercise before we start on that. So I'll just address all the chats first. We've got V here. So V says on YouTube, don't forget to put them up on YouTube if you can, and thank you. I think they're on there, V. If you have a look, let me have a look. Sorry. Are you able to see them? Are you able to see them at the moment, V? If you're not, then I'll just repost them again. We've also got Yvonne Uma. How you going? Good to see Yvonne, and Yvonne's one of my patrons, recent patrons. So thank you for coming along, and probably a better time for you, Yvonne. You're usually, you know, my weekly weekday streams up very early in the morning. Doris, how you going, Doris? And again, Doris has been here for a few weeks in a row. We've got on Facebook, we've got Bronwyn. So Bronwyn Skinner, she says, "Morning, Darren. How you going, Bronwyn?" We've also got Anna Gunshaw Holden again from Pittsburgh. Thanks for coming along, Anna. We've also got Delane Turper, Delane from New York, PA. So good to have you along, Elaine. On let me just bring up the other chats. I've just got to go through a few of them. Pleased to have you all here. And we've got Nancy Harley from Northern California's Wine County. Awesome. I don't know too much about the different, you know, I know some of the states in, but I hope to really go over there someday. And this seems like an enormous place to explore. So, yeah, really interesting to hear about where you guys are from, and even if you know, if you've got a few ideas of places that that even you guys are living, and you want me to do a painting of it live and just go through how I approach it, let me know. Reach out on Facebook. We've got a group there as well, and you can also check out. You know, you can even just message me. Now, I'm just going to post the references on YouTube, so please bear with me. I thought I'd posted them before. It only take a minute or so, because I know I've got a couple of guys on YouTube that are missing out on the references. Sometimes when I link to Facebook on there, it doesn't it somehow doesn't link properly with the. So just one moment. And where's the other one? Here it is. Okay, all done. So I hope you can see that, V. It's in the community tabs, and you can click the photo to enlarge it. There are quite a few people here this morning. We've got 44, quite 44 on, probably more than that on Facebook, and then we've also got quite a few on YouTube. So thank you all for coming along. We've got Nikki as well. We've got Adam on YouTube. Thanks, guys, for coming along again. And you know, just a really quick thing as well, how these work. Now, I'm happy for you to ask questions during the live. So I do check the chats every now and then. Sometimes I get quite into it, and I may not sort of check it for 10 minutes or so. But put your questions in there. And especially if it's something that I'm doing and you're not understanding, if I sort of glance over, I can actually answer your questions for you. So that's something that you don't have to worry about at all. Just ask the question. It keeps me quite engaged as well, and more mindful of what I'm doing. I do find there are times where I'll be drawing or I'll be doing something, and perhaps I may not be going into it with enough details. So If there's something that that you need a bit more explanation on, just please let me know in the comments. We have got Gregorio. Good to see you, Gregorio Rinaldi from Zanesville, Ohio. And we've also got Carol King from Memphis, Tennessee. Margaret McFadden. Margaret, I think you're from Melbourne, aren't you? And new to painting, Carol says. Christine Nelson says, bought my first watercolor today, opening them now for this class. Ooh, very exciting, Christine. And watercolors are great because you know what, you can actually, with watercolors, you can pretty much paint wherever. It's a very convenient sort of medium. For those of you who haven't seen some of the stuff that I've painted before, sort of drawn and painted, these are some of the ones from the previous previous lives that I've done, just to get an idea of the line and wash style we'll be going through. They're based off photographs. Some of them are just quick sketches, and that was another one that I did the other day too. So yeah, I guess just a little idea of. So I have something up on the screen rather than just a blank sheet of paper. We have got Angela Lucas from Florida. We've also got L'Oreal Aubrey from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Lynn Carton from Ontario, Canada. And Lynn says she's new to watercolor this year. And look, watercolors is one of those things that there's quite I don't want to put you up, but there is a bit of a learning curve there. It's really fun, but it's not going to be like acrylics or oils, pastels, coloring in pencils, where whatever you put in there, it's going to look like that pretty much at the end. Often with watercolors, you'll find that you have to constantly be monitoring what's going on. It will dry lighter in areas. It's constantly evolving sort of piece. Like whatever you put in there, 30 minutes later, it might look slightly different. You can get a decent level of control in there, but you have to almost let go in your mind and realize that you cannot control everything that happens on the page. You can control, I would say, a great deal of it, in generally how it turns out, how it dries. However, there's a lot of stuff that you can't, that you just have to let be, and it may dry a bit funny, but afterwards you might think, hey, I quite like that. So line and wash, this sort of style that I'm doing here, it's kind of a balance and in between, because I know some people, they struggle to get, with the watercolors, you're putting all the water on, you're mixing it, and it just kind of turns into this big mess at times when you're starting out. Line and wash, I find it more likely allows you to end up with a coherent painting, as something that looks like what you're trying to portray, because at the end of the day, watercolor is a transparent medium. So whatever you go through on top of this, it's the line's going to show through, unless you go in very, very dark with some of these darks and stuff like that. So I find line and wash is quite a satisfying style to begin with, and I really want you guys to continue on and keep trying. And it's one of those things with beginners, they give up easily when they start in watercolors, but try to learn and practice the techniques, and you eventually get there. So fantastic. We've also got Kate Parbury from Geelong. Awesome. Good to see you again, Kate. And Tina Louise from California. Carol says, do you always sketch lightly? Do you ever just wing it? Well, actually, a lot of the time, I just go straight in with the pen. So the only time where I sketch lightly over the top is if I have a very, very complex scene, or if I want to aim for a high level of accuracy. So I hope that answers your question, Carol. But it's always a great challenge to go straight in if you've just got the pen. I know it's scary, and you're thinking, what if I stuff up? Well, you know what? I've stuffed up a lot of times in here. But as you'll see, I'll go through how I reduce down shapes, how you can get in a general level of accuracy, and you'll find that a complete accuracy is not necessary at all, because this cafe could be one of thousands of different cafes. So you know, the umbrella might be a bit bigger or smaller. The people might be sitting in different positions. The waiter might be standing in a different place. So you know, at the end of the day, there's no right and wrong in that. But there's certain structures that you have to pay more attention to, especially man-made structures, things like leaves and stuff like that, trees. It's a bit easier. But if you're trying to paint something, you know, trying to draw something like, say, the Eiffel Tower, you know, that's got to be somewhat accurate. Otherwise, it's going to look funny. And you know, major landmarks, that type of thing. I think having a balance is always good. Um, we've also got Don here. Don says joining for a bit. We'll have to run in a few from Arkansas, and Don's a new patron as well last week. And I hope you're enjoying those courses and stuff that I popped online, Don. Thank you for your support. We've got Maria as well here, Maria Escard, and she's yeah, she actually provided the reference photo for the second one. So good to have you here, Maria. Jill Herwig as well, and we've also got Helette Engelbrecht from Perth, Australia. Good to have you here, Helena. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to check the chats in a moment, but I want to run through just a fun little exercise for you guys. For those of you who want to practice figure sketching, and I don't know how this will turn out. You never 100% know how it turns out, but it's just a little way, a little activity I use to sketch in figures. So I'll bring up my reference photo. So if you guys sitting at home, bring up your reference photo on the screen. I don't know how you do it, whether you kind of have it split screen so you can see the reference photo and see my video at the same time. If you've got two screens, that's awesome. I've only got one screen, so I'm kind of just having to shuffle things around a bit. It gets a bit annoying, but I'm going to get another screen soon. One of the things on my bucket list to grab my bucket list, but list of things to upgrade apart from the camera. So I'm going to use these pens here. Now, I've talked about these pens before. They're Uniball eye pens, and people often ask me what kind of pens I use. I use these. I also use some pigment liners, which essentially are these sort of pens here. They come from 0.05 to 0.8. Bit of a difference when you draw on them. The pigment liners I find have a softer sort of feel. They skip over the paper a little bit, so they leave a little bit more of a I guess they're a bit more forgiving than, say, using these pens here, but I actually really enjoy using these other pens, even though they come off as a bit lines come off a bit harsh at times. They actually leave a very strong edge, which I enjoy. Using something like that versus something like this, which has more of a rigid, if you can see, has a little bit more of a rigid kind of feel to it, and so but then at the same time, because it's got this rigid feel, it kind of makes me loosen up in a weird way. So I'm holding the pen lighter, and my lines are a bit squigglier. So before you get started, have a little try of some of these figures. And if you got the reference photo up, here's a little fun little activity. So I can start off by just putting this waiter in at the back like this, and I'm not even going to, lift my pen really off the paper. We can put him in here. He's kind of just leaning over on a table here. There's someone kind of sitting here, and I want you to try this thing where you're joining up shapes. Here, this is some kind of chair that the person's sitting on, and again, we don't need to put in the chair that's in the reference. We can just sort of put in a couple of legs, something like that. Area of the back, he's kind of just sitting there like this with his foot down. We can have a table here just across like that, just having a little bit of fun in terms of getting in shapes, okay, and how to simplify figures down. I'm not lifting my pen off the paper. Okay, it kind of gets me used to and creates some confidence in the line work. Here is someone with a cap, and they're just sitting. Over in the back there. You can't really see exactly what they're doing. On the table, there's bits and pieces there, that kind of thing. There's maybe someone here as well, just at the back. Maybe they're sitting at the same table. So this kind of thing. It's a great little exercise to just loosen up, and it may, it doesn't really look like much at the moment. We'll pay a bit more attention in the actual scene, but it gets you used to drawing things like the chairs, you know, the tables, which are really just rectangles. If you look at it, they're just little rectangles, chairs and things like that. And then you've got people just sitting down, and you might want to practice someone here that's just got the arm out on the table or something like that, that you can have a bit of a play around. So just the, you know, the direction of their body, you see the head's kind of slanted a little bit to the right. You know, there might be an arm coming out here, just coming down. You can't really see the other one, and this can just be a chair or something here. You know, legs sticking out the front like that, and a table here. So this type of stuff, you know, is going to really build your confidence, I suppose, for later. You know, there's an arm, and it's, you know, a bit of that arm coming out from the t-shirt. You might even put in a bit of hair, you know, on these figures as well. The chair doesn't need much. It's just a little square with a couple of lines extending out the bottom. That wasn't done 100% well, but you know, something like this. Okay, so it just kind of looks like they're sitting down. You know, there's even these little, what do you call them? These little heaters that run up the top like that. Um, so I always recommend, you know, even I'm doing more of these little sketch videos. Like I make smaller videos as well for those of you who sort of follow it along on Facebook and YouTube, that sort of thing. And this is what I do. I essentially just sit here and just sketch bits and pieces, really in a carefree kind of manner. You know, we often get a bit too precious about our line work and our drawings, and this is really a way to loosen up and realize, you know, hey, it's not a big deal. If I get it right, fantastic. If I don't get it right, you know what? I just got in a bit of practice. See, that's just like a window or something I put there. So over time, if you keep doing this, you end up actually building a lot of confidence in your line work, in your drawing skills, especially those of you who are trying to just draw straight in with the pen. It makes quite a big difference. Okay, so I thought it'd be good to start off doing something like this to begin with. It's also good for me, sort of a bit of a warm up, and you know, practice just figures. Someone walking in this direction. Maybe there's someone just standing upright or something like that. There to the side. Oops, and got an arm here maybe. Okay, arm here, and a bit of hair here. You know, you could have two people sort of talking to each other. It's this sort of stuff that will build your confidence and train you to, I guess, yeah, just draw figures. And I know someone asked me, how do you draw figures and can you do something like that? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do, I guess. Just a quick one. Head. I just put the head in kind of like a rectangle like that. And where you place the head, the angle of the head really makes a difference as well. So if you've got the head upright like this, completely straight, flat on, it basically means that that figure is either standing in one, you know, in a complete upright position, or just, yeah, basically not in motion. So maybe just walking very slowly in one direction. But normally, even when people are walking, there is a slight you know, slant to their head. It's kind of going in the direction that you want it to imply. So if you look, the head's facing to the right, and then here I can then put on the body like this, and then the leg, one of the legs coming at the front, and then one of the legs going in at the back like that. So it looks like that figure is just kind of moving in that kind of in that sort of direction. Whereas this one here may just be walking away or to the scene. This one here could even just be very slowly walking in that direction, or leaning towards, you know, the person could be leaning in this direction and perhaps talking to someone, got their arms up like this. You know, what are they doing? They could be just saying, I don't know, what's going on. So the direction of their head really makes a difference. And the bodies, I usually just add them on as this kind of like squarish shape, depending on people's bodies, because some people they have bodies that have maybe, you know, smaller shoulders, and then the bottom of the torso sort of goes out a little bit at the bottom. Or you could have someone that has a more blockier shape, like a more like a square shaped torso like that, whereas even at the top and then here Probably not really like that, but then there's maybe people that have this sort of opposite effect as well. Yeah, like this more of like a male, typical male sort of build with the triangular shape there for the shoulders. And then you have some arms down the side. So these little shapes, just simplifying down shapes of the body, um, like that, and any of kind of these shapes and anything in between. I mean, you get people who are maybe a bit rounder as well, like that. So you can add a bit of roundness there too. So it's just finding shapes that are kind of in between these as well, and changing your figures up a little bit. It kind of helps to make them a little bit more interesting looking in the long run. So this is good fun. This is good fun, and especially when you're not really showing this to anyone. You're not showing this to the world. Unless you're me doing it here. But it doesn't have to be perfect. You can practice things like crowds of people just standing around like this. Maybe they're all walking in one direction here. They're in the city or something. Just people, and you can put in a bit of detail, overlap them with each other like that. It's all just shapes, and it doesn't take all that much to get in detail. Sometimes the more you fiddle around with it, the more funnier it looks actually. So, um, excellent. I'll just have a quick look at the chats now. Fantastic. So the secret to watercolors, V is saying, secret to watercolors. Watercolor is to reverse everything you know about layers with other mediums like oils and acrylics. Yeah, I haven't had too much experience with oils and acrylics. I have painted in oils before when I was younger, but I didn't quite like the smell of them, so I couldn't hack it. But yeah, it's a good tip, V. And Nikki also asks, "Have you ever drawn the Taj Mahal?" That would be a good one. Yeah, that's a good one, Nikki. How about I'll note that down. I've got a bunch of requests in here, and yeah, I'll just go through and just pick out ones that interest me at a particular time, and I'll write that one down so that I don't forget. I got a little notebook on the computer, and that helps me keep track of. Yeah, it just helps me keep track. You know, by nature, I'm actually somewhat of a disorganized person, so I have to really put in place all these structures. Um, to 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 yeah to to basically get organized. I think as artists, sometimes not all artists, but sometimes as artists, we're not terribly organized people. So we've also got Sweeze here as well. V's also talking about a major emphasis on tonal values. Yeah, in watercolors, tone is very important. I think in a lot of painting mediums, tone's pretty important. So Swee says, "Good morning, Darren. How you going, Swee?" And Yvette saying, "It's good." Yvette says it's good practice drawing people. So we will go ahead and get started on the drawing now. And I hope this has been a little nice little introduction, just a little drawing exercise for you guys. Also, let me know how the if you can hear me okay. I think you should be okay. But yeah, the picture quality. Sometimes I don't have the little stream video up on the side. I just sort of minimize it. So if I've got the page like this or something like that, just let me know if you can't see what's going on. But fun little exercise. I'm making a new sketchbook at the moment, so while that's happening, I'm starting to tape down some of these just single sheets here. This is actually a 1/8 sheet, and I'll use a quarter sheet for that beach painting afterwards. So we're going to go ahead and just get cracking on this one. I've got a 0.7 pen, Uniball pen, and I've also got a 0.5. I've got a 0.5 pen here. So we will have the reference photo up. And one of the things I want to do first is figure out, do I want to change the scene? And having a look at it, there's a lot of complexity in there. I quite like I do quite like the fact that there is this area like a pathway in the front here. It might be an opportunity to put in a figure, a couple of figures here standing in the front too. So I think we'll make do with this composition. I like the way the photo is. You know, as time goes by, we may change things. Sometimes you make a mistake as well, and then you're forced to change the composition. So I'm going to be using firstly a 0.7 pen, and let's put in this little section here in the front. Now you can keep it on a slight sort of slope, so it kind of goes up a bit through here to the top, you know, just where the curb is and where the sign. See this big sign here. I think I think I'll just I'll give it a bit of an angle, just like in the reference. Okay, so something like that. Okay, so it's kind of starts here, down the bottom, comes up like that. It's almost like a double line as well because we've got the curve. So we can put that in. You don't have to get that line in 100% to start off with. It's just a little indication. We can always put in a bit more detail afterwards. And how are we going to do this? How can we reduce all these shapes down? Now, I haven't done any of these paintings before, so I purposely do that so I can also go through the steps, what's running through my heads, and sometimes some of the uncertainties I might have in dealing with it. So one of the things that I think we can put in first, I reckon we should put in first, is the umbrella. And then all these figures here in the front, the tables and things. After that, we'll put in all the buildings and stuff like that in the back. The sign we'll put in first. The reason why we'll start with these ones first is because they're in the front, and it makes sense to draw the stuff in front first. So then later, when you draw the buildings, you're kind of cutting around. You're not drawing lines through figures and people and things like that. Okay, there's one thing I've noticed. There's a lot of complexity in here. There's a lot of tables, a lot of people sitting around. I reckon I'll reduce this down a little bit so that perhaps there's only like a few tables in there or something. But we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. I don't want it to look too busy. Sometimes in a photograph it looks good, but in a reference in the actual painting, it can look a bit funny. Now, the umbrella. You look at the umbrella. The bottom of the umbrella. Pay attention to the actual reference figure, reference photo, and see whereabouts the bottom of the umbrella finishes. And this is how I judge locations of items and things in a reference photo. The bottom of the umbrella is actually right in the center of the page. If you look very carefully, and even if you sort of split it up, I don't know if you use Photoshop or something, split up. It's only about the bottom middle section of the page. It starts off kind of off the edge here like that, and then it finishes, I would say about about two-thirds of the way in. So we can do something like mark an area where it finishes around about here, for example, where it starts, so around about here. We know the bottom area of it is around, just around here. So there's two sides. There's a side here. There's this the edge of it there, where it kind of connects onto the building. And then, so just draw a bit of that in like that. And then we've got the main front side of the umbrella that just runs like this there. And then we'll draw in a bit of this bottom part of the umbrella. Now I'm trying to just get a bit of unevenness in here as well, so that it maybe implies some fluttering in the wind, that kind of thing. I don't want to make it look too perfect. And we can get the umbrella, decide where you want it to finish off. As long as you leave enough space for some of these windows and things, you'll be fine. Okay, so don't fret. I think I'll put it somewhere about here. Let's have a look. Yeah, somewhere about here. And then we'll do this bit first. This is a little bit easier. It kind of goes up actually here to the middle of the umbrella, and then it comes down somewhere here. Just join it up like that. And then you've got a couple of sections. Actually, this one just goes up and connects on again with this part there, and then this bit here is almost invisible. You can just see a little bit kind of come out like that, but this will give it a slightly three-dimensional look, I'm hoping. While we're at it, let's put in a sign or something here. It's always good to put in the big shapes first. Okay, so if we look at the building in the background, I think what we can do is actually separate the just draw a kind of a guiding line in a way just above here. See, there's a window behind this just behind this this umbrella. So if I draw a line here, kind of indicating that's where the window is going to start. There's another window perhaps around here. Over here, there's some kind of doorway. It's really quite interesting, which we can try to get in as well, and indicate some of those plants and things coming over the top. Okay, just a little, these are just guiding lines at the moment. I'm not putting anything in there because remember, we're going to do the figures, everything in the front first. But this is just going to help me indicate about where the window starts, where it stops. I would say it stops just around about here, which we can put in a quick little indication. Same with this one here. Okay, they're pretty big, pretty enormous windows. So the same thing here. We've got a bit of a doorway here that we can just put in some detail like that, just very lightly, because again, they're just guiding sort of lines. But for this area here, for instance, this could be like a gate or something like that. And so here, just around the side, we have again, we've got this sign. So how are we going to get the sign in? Well, we're just going to put in a square, just basically a square, and it runs about halfway down. The sign starts slightly higher than halfway down between the bottom of the umbrella and the curb. So that's how I kind of gauge where to start and finish things. So it's just a rectangle. Just put in that rectangle first, like this. Yeah, I'm going a bit using some kind of wobbly lines. I want to just create I don't know, a bit more of a stylized sort of look. I also find that trying to make everything perfect can draw too much attention to a particular area as well. Uh, so there's a sign, there's something there. We've got a bottom of the signboard like that. And I'll bring that all the way down to the ground here, so it touches the ground. Then we've got the bits at the back like that. It almost looks like um, or something. And let's put in the back leg here for this one, just like that. Just finding fat patterns kind of thing, and we can join them up a little bit like this. And there we go. That already sort of looks like a sign. So fantastic. Another thing you can do is just, start hatching in some areas that that are darker. So kind of on the back section, you'll also notice the shadows are kind of running. So they from the top right down to the bottom. So right to left. That's where the direction of light is. It's hitting this umbrella, and you can see some shade here. So by that same token, you're going to have a bit of shade here. You're going to have some darkness around here. So this little technique I'm using just to shade in bits and pieces, it really helps. And let me know as well if you guys want me to do a really big line and wash painting next time. I'm thinking of changing some of these lives to just make, just kind of focus on one painting and then seeing how I go. I mean, if I get enough time to do another one. But I want to go into a few more details, maybe with one particular painting, and feel like I do feel at times that I'm rushing. I do rush them a little bit, but also it challenges me to finish them off and not kind of fiddle too much. So let's get a little hatching running through here. But yeah, I've not really done a scene, very, very large line wash scene before. So I thought, well, why not give it a go, right? And see what comes out of it. So normally with larger bits of paper, what happens is you end up putting more detail in there because you have to. And with larger bits of paper, generally speaking, to just fill up the area. So they're suited to larger landscapes and things like that. But look, there's no set rules. I know there's a lot of artists that actually obviously use large bits of paper, but then they draw sort of small things on there, like abstract sort of shapes and stuff like that. So it's no set rules. But I find with this type of stuff that I'm drawing in at the moment, it does help. It certainly does help. Great. So what I did here was that I just sort of drew in that door frame while I was there. You'll notice also on this side there are these little, what do you call them? These little blocks, bricks sticking out of the wall. Um, you know, you can put some in. You can put some in like that. And we can even make up another one here. I mean, it doesn't have to be 100% even and exact, but they certainly run up the whole side of the wall, like that. And you'll notice once you put in a big shape like that, the other smaller shapes in relation to that big shape become a lot easier to put in. It's just paying more attention to these big shapes first at the front, to make sure that you have um, the general structure and is incorrectly, so that the one thing you don't want is to have this umbrella all the way up there or the umbrella all the way down that side, and then you think, just how am I going to fit in all the other stuff? I'm going to have to make up stuff here. So looking at those general shapes, those general larger shapes, they certainly make a big difference. So a few more comments as well. Yvette's saying big painting would be good, and okay, and looks like the sounds looking good for you guys, sounding good and all good. Marianne Levy's here as well, and Marianne says she's using a laptop and an iPad. Yeah, that's a good idea. Have your reference photo up. Well, I know some people have printers. You might print off the reference. What I really want you to try to do is just try to draw freehand. You'll be so proud of yourself, even if it doesn't look like exactly like the reference photo, or even nothing like the reference photo. I guarantee you'll be proud of yourself for giving it a try. It's one of the things that I try to do a bit differently from others. I want to push you guys to learn how to draw, and to especially just go straight into it with a pen, because it's one of those, it's almost like jumping into a cold pool. It's scary and you kind of don't know exactly what to do, but as you keep practicing, it kind of becomes more a commonplace. It becomes easy to sort of do it. You don't feel as anxious to sort of draw those lines in. And I find a lot of the anxiousness in art, when you're creating art, it actually makes your drawings a little bit worse. So when you get past that, the anxiety of just trying to, doesn't matter what happens, I'm just going to give it a try and let's see how we can solve. Where can we put this shape, this and that? As soon as the anxiety starts wearing off, you find you can actually draw a bit better. It's like everything. I think using it, finding it, rephrasing it in your mind as a challenge. I'm gonna challenge myself. Going to try this, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't. But if I'm sure, if I give it a try a few times, I'll get better at it, and that's a good way to sort of look at it. We've also got a comment from Nerida saying, "Good practice for urban sketching. I'm inspired to get out and draw people." Yeah, it's great to just get out in the park or just do something. Being out of lockdown here in Melbourne, it's a really good opportunity. Now I'm getting out this weekend. I've been indoors so much this whole lockdown, and it almost feels, it's very strange. It's very strange to get out to be out these days. I just have not been. I've not been very social. Let's put it that way. Apart from talking to a few people from work, doing these lives, chatting to some of you guys and a few of my friends, certainly have not been out and been very social lately. So I think just being out and about will help. This is some kind of this is a table here. Yeah, this is a table, but I'm not really defining it much. There's a chair here which I can just put in like that. Simple little chair. Doesn't almost look like one, but it's a shape, and this is going to be white here as well, just sort of a bit of a contrast. There's even this little heater thing. Let's put that in, hey? It's kind of just for practice. It kind of starts off with this sort of dome. It looks like a dome-like shape. It's like a UFO. Yeah, can you see it? Almost like a UFO, like that. And then you've got these kind of rectangular thingy the bottom, and that sort of comes down. Also, I'm using a pen that's a little bit thinner. This is a 0.5. You can also use a 0.38. Some of this stuff here in the distance, it just makes it makes it easier if you sort of draw it in. Pushes it back. That's what I meant to say. It pushes it back. So I'm having a look where the door frame finishes. Now we have a kind of waiter just coming through this section here. So I think what I can do is actually just put in, let's get a shape of the head, and look at the sign. Okay, the sign is around that tall, and the head is around the same height as the sign. So assuming we've put in the sign roughly around the right place, the size of this figure should be okay. So there's the head like that, kind of a squarish sort of shape, kind of tilted forward. Maybe there's some hair here in the front like that, leaning forward like that. He's got his arm coming out and extended out, doing something here. Just probably bringing a plate over or something. The end of the shirt there, and then the back of him is just this, this, what do you call it, the apron or what have you here. Okay, so um, this will just be kind of shaded in a little bit there. I think there's actually looks like a leg here actually, here at the back. Just something like that. Um, in that sort of region, walking around near the back. We've also got, what else do we have in here? We have got the door. So I wanted to draw that that person, that waiter in first, but then I could just go in and do this area of the door afterwards, like this, kind of intersecting with him. There we go. So we've got the continuation of this, continuation of that door frame here on that side there. Look, the legs, I have not done those all too great. I've kind of been a bit too loose with that, but you know what? Doesn't matter. We'll continue on. Now we will start with a figure here in the front. Now we got to make sure that the head is lower because this guy's standing up. So we're going to have these figures with heads that have to be lower. If we put the heads up there, they're just going to look like gigantic people that are sitting down. So um, something like that. And the shoulder kind of overlaps a bit with that figure in the back. There, this guy's just sort of looking out, doing something. Um, there, I don't know, just a bit of hair for him, like that, um, like that, and arms, and then he's got. Let's have a look. Here's his legs. We can just put in some legs. This kind of just sitting down. There. The chair. And just a bit of detail here for the chair. The main thing of just putting in these legs is a couple of little legs for the chairs, like that there in the distance. He's not really on the edge as well. He's kind of sitting behind another table. So we can draw in another table here, just a bit closer to the um, to the curb, like this. Sorry, I think I'm gonna have to get some water. Voice is a little bit croaky. Morning. Um, so let's continue on and start putting in the chair, the other side. So we do have a chair here as well. It kind of overlaps there. Um, there's a chair leg there. There's another chair leg there. Um, Something simple, but they got the cloth, bit of the cloth there as well of the table, and bit of the bottom part of it. Okay, um, bring this up again, and this is good also to refer to some of your other sketches if you've done tiny little sketches of that one that I was talking about before. People just kind of standing up, and we've got maybe a couple of people here, here in the background as well. I'm just trying my best not to overthink it. Sometimes when you actually get into it, you overthink things, and you handle it, you kind of approach the drawing of it a bit differently than if you were to just um, basically basically just go for it. But as you notice in here, there's so many things, right? There's all kinds of stuff going on, but we want to just make sure that we've got indications of some people's heads. That's a chair basically here. A lot of this stuff here is just going to have shadows running towards that left hand side. So this is going to be, let me just get that in, put in a bit of this collar here, so it looks like he's sitting down a bit more. Okay, it almost looks like his legs there, but it doesn't matter. We can have a person also sitting here. Look here. Well, and then maybe an arm coming out like this. A bit of an elbow there, sitting like that. And then we'll get the chair legs like this there. Another chair here. A lot of this stuff we're just trying to. It's almost like if you don't take your pen off the paper and just go for it, I find that you can get some really interesting kind of shapes and people and things like that, just overlapping with each other here in the background. So this head is probably a little too high, um, something like that. We've got more shapes over here. This can be a table again, kind of a similar sort of structure to that one over there. Here, bit of the tablecloth coming out like that on the side. A bit of this coming down like that as well. A bit of this tablecloth there. We've got a chair. Detail this extra section there. That's a chair. Okay. These are really funny shaped chairs as well. There you go. Another chair here, like that. There's the table. No one really sitting there, but then you can put a person here, kind of maybe facing inside more, and they're sitting. Maybe this person's sitting at a table here, overlapping with that one, with another person here, together. So you kind of get the idea. Like you just want to create an impression of what is happening in there, but not try to draw every little detail in. Otherwise, you're not going to have too much. Not going to have too much fun. But it's up to you at the end of the day how much detail you want to put in there. It just tends to be the way that um, I sort of do things is just like to leave a bit of mystery in there and make it look like something going on, but at the same time, there's a lot. There's a lot that the mind can sort of imagine and make up. It's just scribbling in bits and pieces like that. Okay, hair and things you can put on as well. Let me just check what is going on with the chats. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing? I hope you're keeping up, and it's all making sense for you. We've got quite a few viewers on, which is great. I know some of you might have come from the other watercolor beginners group, beginners and beyond. Diane, the admin there, reposted it. Very kind to do that for me. So yeah, let me know how you're doing. Nerida. Look, no, I've already read your chat, Nerida. That's okay. V saying she's missing about quarter of the photo. Okay, the photo on YouTube's cropped. Yeah, so what you can do, if you can click V, if you click the photo, what will happen is it will actually bring up the full photograph. So give that a try. Give that a try, V. Let's continue. I want to I'm sort of feeling around these people. I'm getting a bit sick of drawing them. Let's do this window. Window here. That I'm using that 0.5 pen as well. And I'm going to come down, drawing that here. There we go. And then we're going to get this window that just comes in behind all these figures. A big window. There. It's just a rectangular shape there in the background like that. Okay. And then you notice as well there's actually quite there's bits of complexity in here. There's kind of these, I don't know what they are. They're like grills or something like that that just run across in this kind of direction. So I'll try and try to do that. Try to put some of those in like that. Okay. Yeah, there's some kind of coming up here as well, but they're not really a huge deal. And we got one here coming down. There's like, some more of these little grills coming out the side there. They kind of go up again. Okay, so yeah, bit of something in there. Now, this is where we can have a bit of fun. I mean, we can change this window around a little bit too, so that it looks more interesting. I mean, there's stuff in here really. That I mean, there's maybe like a flower pot, or I don't know, a plant or something like that in this region. But a lot of it actually is going to be um, a lot of it's going to be quite dark in here. So um, let's do a bit of hatching, just a little bit of hatching to see what it looks like. I don't know if I'll actually stick with it. Yeah, that's okay. Bit of hatching in there. I've left in some highlights for those pots and stuff as well. Um, yeah, I just wanted to see if that would work, and I think that's fine. It's actually decent. Same here for this, this opening, this door. There's a sign here. There's a section here that runs down like that behind the sign. It's kind of like the right hand side of the door, some reflections and things running through, which I can just have a bit of a play around and indicate some areas of light and dark in here that may or may not actually be there, but a few little lines just hatching and things going on in there. But really inside as well, like this area here, this is pretty crucial to just darken again. Right? Like this. And a bit of this going on. There. And look, if you don't have to 100% do this. You can wait until later if you want to get put in the watercolors later. Okay. I think I'm just having a look at there's actually a lamp here. Like there's a lamp here, so I can just maybe I can put in an indication of one, something like that. Oh, looks so good. Uh, it's all right. The umbrella has the stem of the umbrella kind of has to come down as well, so it's to be attached to something, right? Just a bit of that stem of that umbrella moving down, kind of behind somewhere there. Yeah, that does look like a lamp. I could change things up. I could put like also a couple of signs and bits and pieces running through here as well. That little, there could be bricks or who knows what's on there. So we have a bit of a add some more figures and things here on this side, and people just sitting down at a table here maybe, the chair here at the back there, there, sitting like this. In that section, we can have another. I think we can just actually draw the tables first, kind of like that. There. Then we can put in the people, just sort of sitting there, talking, and some of them facing in different directions. Chair again here. There, that's another chair. Basic. There's a lot of this stuff underneath will just be darkness when we end up getting to it. But we have we've actually got to be a person here. Too much scribbling going on. Just put in a few random shapes in here. Okay, and then some more people here in the back. We could have another like a waiter or someone over on this side as well, just to put their head up a bit more there, and leaning over that, and oops, there we go. Standing over on that side there, table facing this way. A little bit more messier actually here on that side. I've gone a bit rogue there. Okay, so that's like a lot of the people in here while we're sort of scribbling around. There's also some of this curtain here. Is that a curtain? Something like that. Oh, it's actually here. What am I doing? That's the top of the that is the top of the window, which comes down around about here. And then it finishes approximately here. Here's the door, right? So you need to leave some space for that door. The size of the windows don't really matter all too much, really. There. Now we can even change up some of the windows if you think that they look a bit too, there's all this darkness in there. So look, let's try something here. I'm gonna put in some of these marks across the window and just make it look like there are, these little grills running across, and we can color some of them in. I don't know how it will look, but we can try. I think it'll be okay. Something like that. The bottom of it just sort of finishes off somewhere here, there. Bits of coloring in and hatching in areas as well is nice. I'll leave some of them. I'll leave some of them to maybe have a slight reflection in the windows. Just a bit of blue or something in those areas, I think would be nice. But notice how all the people we've got in all the people here first, so just makes it a lot easier to then draw in these other shapes and bits and pieces. Yeah. Now, I was also thinking of putting a figure coming up to the front. I don't know if I will, but if you want to do that, also an option. So you can put a head kind of here, like a larger head, and there could be maybe a person here, just all in the sort of in front of this scene, and maybe over kind of just walking in. Well, that there, um, walking into the scene, kind of like overlapping in front of all this stuff. Yeah, to actually help. Maybe they're walking away. Maybe they're like coming towards us here. Yeah, something like this. They've just finished their, I say there, but how about we put in maybe another person, hey? I'm gonna put another one in, but I don't know. This side would be too busy. If I put a figure in there, it'd be just so close to the back. Perhaps I can just sneak one in here, hey? Just sneak another one here. Almost joined onto each other. Something like this. There we go. So that couple of figures um, kind of walking towards us. There, maybe a bit of hair or something going on too. Okay, looking good. Yeah, so that now I can just sort of put in this doorway. Now, again, we don't need to kind of indicate exactly the whole um, define that doorway all too much. And one of the things, especially, is with all this greenery coming on, so you actually can see a lot of it is just obscured by all this greenery, and there's darkness inside. Uh, so this is where I kind of use the pen I turn that pen on the side a little bit on an angle, and I get some of these little bits pieces like this. It's just to indicate where I put in the bits of tree. What are they called? Clammers or vines or whatever you have. Creepers. Um, yeah, just put in some of this door, and you see the direction of the lines. Well, okay, bit of that. Just it still looks like a door. It certainly looks like a door. Could even bisect this door a bit and change it so that there is a section running down the center of that, like that. And some of this, trees, leaves, and things like that running down like there. And then I'll decide what goes in here after. I reckon probably some darkness would be good. in there. You don't want to draw any more detail off in the edges. So what I can do is just kind of finish it off by putting in a few little shapes and things on that side, but it doesn't really matter. Um, doesn't really matter all that much. I do like these figures actually here in the front. Wondering if I can add some more in, but you know what? We might overdo it, so we will continue on. We'll continue on. We've got some of this top of this window, just to outline the top of it a bit. And what we'll do, there's not that much left in the drawing, to be honest. We just got to put in a few more, a couple of door, sort of balcony area at the top here. We can put in and change it around a little bit. Let's have a look. There, something like this. You just draw a line down the center, and they're kind of these shutters. You can see them. These. Oops, I'm using a pen that's too thick. I want a 0.5. These shutters, they're just running across like that. Okay, that's how quick I will. Just one go, stop. And the balcony kind of comes out like that. And there's actual, perhaps there's a section underneath. I can't quite see it, but it obviously has to hang, you know, has to be suspended on something. So there will be like a bottom area here. I think that we'll get in some cast shadows, you know, but a lot of this is really, as you can see, just shrubs and things growing. It's quite beautiful. I love buildings that have yeah, just bits of detail like that built into it, and bits of nature that have kind of grown into things. Few lines running across for those windows as well. A lot of it you almost can't see; it's just obscured. So you're drawing it, and then you're kind of going around it as well. You know, stuff like that, you can just start putting in, well, bits of the leaves and things coming and going from the top section. I probably exaggerated a bit as well, have a bit more there. Here we've got another window, which I'm going to obscure predominantly behind there as well. Then we've also got this balcony that just runs all the way across, right? So some vertical lines like this certainly help to add more definition to that balcony. But remembering a lot of this will just kind of disappear or melt back into it afterwards. I mean, all this is just look at that. It's all just bits and pieces of plant. Trick here is yeah, you kind of you draw it in, but you don't want to define it all too much. Yeah, so I know the edges here. You can't even see the bottom of that balcony because it's just covered in these glimmers. So so we come down here. There's even a one of the cool things I've noticed is that the it actually helps form a negative image for the umbrella. So you've got the umbrella, which is like completely white. Then you've got these like bits of tree and things that form a slight kind of shadow and darkness here in the back area. So yeah, I will just go in and get in some more of this stuff here. Yeah, down like that. There's also an opportunity for you to just sort of play around and even get areas of these bits of growth going up the wall as well. It's not really there, but practicing organic shapes, so important. And you know, I want to have more. I think I actually want to have more in there to contrast. So we'll have some more coming here, perhaps, onto this door. Yeah. References. you know, at this point, I'm kind of just looking at the reference every now and then. Um, right now, I kind of just wanting it to, thinking that I want some more trees and stuff going on here. So that's why I'm changing it about a bit. There we go, another couple of these little bricks and things kind of creeping up the wall there, and also got a balcony here. Balcony, that thing like this, and it's obscure. You can't really see exactly where it is, but I think that does it. I'm kind of happy with how this drawing looks. The only other thing that I might change is, or not change, but I'll outline a bit more, is just the curb area here. So we put in that curb a little earlier on, and it wasn't strong enough because it was just to put in that guiding line, obviously. So I'm gonna just go over that one more time um, in areas. I don't want to overdo it though. Just maybe a curb in. Oops, it just kind of comes forwards. That and a slightly thicker sort of curb lines through it, perhaps. There, we can also kind of look at the perspective of this. I'm just thinking it's going to be interesting. So, I reckon just some lines running across the page like this would oops, like that. Something like this. Make it look a little bit more angular. All right. I think I'm happy to just continue with this one. How's everyone going? Everyone going? Are you have you got up to this stage yet, or are you struggling with anything in particular? I'm kind of doing okay. I'm finding this is quite fun actually. I like doing organic shapes a lot. These bits of leaves and things, and see how loose it is as well. That's kind of what you want to be, because I want some of the watercolors to show through. Like I want that to be a equal portions of a focus, as well as the line work. Um, so yeah, that's my kind of thinking behind it. Another, what I'm doing here as well is I'm just trying to bring out things a bit more. So say this umbrella, there's actually, I thought that line could be a bit thicker, so then hopefully would bring the umbrella forwards. Uh, even if you've got like a thicker liner, like I got a 0.8 liner here, just bring this one forwards slightly and create more contrast, especially with that white area in the back. Bring it forwards more. I find that's, when you're using thicker liners, it will bring the shape and figures and stuff front forwards more. So look at these ones, even these ones I'm sort of playing around with here. You'll find that they suddenly are coming forwards a bit, right? Even this curve, we can play with that, add some more thicker lines in areas. I'm not going to do it in all the areas, right? But just some parts, even part of the door frame, you can just emphasize that a bit more. This sign as well. These are just some finishing touches with line work. Thicker lines bring something forwards. Thinner lines will generally push them back. But if you've only got one pen, if you've just got one uniball pen or like a 0.5 pen, just make do with that, and you can still actually get a thicker line. If you've got the same pen, you kind of just go over that same line again and again, and you end up getting a thicker line anyway. This just makes it a lot easier, and the appearance of the lines are also more organic. Okay, so I like this waiter here. So I will actually just outline them a little bit thicker, like that. So as you can see, this one's starting to come out a bit more, a little bit more now. You know, leg of this figure, kind of down this side as well, too. Um, so things that you want to emphasize, just scribble in and do this sort of stuff that I'm doing, and notice bits and pieces start to pop out a little bit more, especially this area. And I don't know, maybe it will be too overpowering. Maybe it will be too overpowering, maybe not, right? So if you start seeing too much detail in that area and you want to change it around, just go over some other areas of the windows, kind of like the edges like that. That will hopefully balance that out a bit extra here on this side, because we've got all these thicker lines here. How about we add in some slightly thicker ones here on this side as well? Yeah, like here, maybe the balcony could do with some additional line work, just thicker lines again. You know, the edges of the windows and the frames. I mean, you can't even really see the frames in the reference photo, but you know, I can put some in like that. So altering, and I think we're ready to get painting. So I'm just gonna have a look at the chat and see. But let me know how you're doing. And those of you who are just joined along, we've just finished the painting. We're gonna get we've just finished the drawing. We're gonna get into the painting. But you can rewind it again. It's available afterwards if you're not able to do it now. It is nice to have people watching along though. It's good fun. Now, um, oh, don't worry, V. Yeah, yeah, YouTube it just does that. So it only shows a preview of the full photo. So yeah, don't worry at all. I actually didn't figure that out as well. So I didn't realize they kind of cut off the photograph. Having a look at the comments, there is a comment from Kate. She says, "I'm enjoying perspective, quite difficult." Yeah, and with this sort of one, the biggest challenge really is to make sure that things, the people that you've drawn in and things, they're just not too big here in the background. You know, so if you've got a door that's, you know, this is quite a, quite a large door anyway, and you've got a figure that's, you know, like this small, it's going to look way too small. So you got to find that right size for the figures. And the way I do that is to make sure that with the objects surrounding the figure, they are kind of in proportion. So there's the sign. So this figure should be, you know, pretty much taller than that sign. You know, and the umbrella, it's like a gigantic umbrella. I mean, the perspective, the figure should be probably slightly larger than this, but you can get away with, there's tolerances that you can, yeah, that they can certainly get away with. So if you don't understand it now, it certainly it takes time to figure this out. So don't be hard on yourself if it's not kind of all making sense in terms of like the shapes in relation to each other. It takes time to sort of gauge and train your eyes. One of the fastest ways to do that is, like I mentioned in some of my previous videos, you just go outside and sketch what you see outside. It's a really quick way to understand perspective and just observing shadows and things like that. It's where shadows are falling, how dark and or, you know, are those shadows, in which direction are they falling, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's the best way. The only way to learn. You can read up and you can watch a million tutorials, but when it comes down to it, it's just giving it a crack. Um, Fantastic. And there's a question from Christine Nelson asking what kind of brush should I use. So for this first wash, I'm going to grab my watercolors. I'm going to be using essentially just 3 brushes. So I'll be using this brush here, which is a mop brush. Okay, watercolor mop brush. You can also use a flat brush if you don't have a mop brush. It's a larger brush. When I say large, I mean something that can cover like a good proportion. So if you want to draw, do this bit of the greens here, you can just drop in paint very easily and cover a large area. Okay, so not too large, not too small. I wouldn't, for example, paint all this stuff a little brush like that. It's just not going to work. It's going to look too, yeah, it's too nitty picky. And there's this, I got this other brush here, number 10 round brush and number 8 round brush, and they're very similar sort of size anyway. But I use those for like a little bit more detail. So most of the work will be done with these two brushes. And then I'll probably use this one here. It's a number 6 round brush. Also got a smaller round brush, a number, what is it? I think it's a number 4. Number 4 round brush, number 6, number 4. A little bit later, do maybe some smaller details. So let's go ahead and get cracking on this one. Joan was saying going too fast to keep up as already drawing before. Say what you're doing. Maybe stop for a few seconds in between each area. Instructions and comments are great though. Thanks, Joan. I think probably should stop a little bit more during. I'm getting better actually at multitasking, and I used to not be able to do that. I would have to stop completely. I'd have to stop completely and explain what I just did. But now I'm getting a bit better at it. But ironically, also means that it probably rushes things for some of you guys as well. But I hope hope I can give you a little bit of time now, Joan, to sort of catch up. And remember, this is still available afterwards. You kind of rewind it. It's even, I don't know if there's a way to do it here, but on YouTube, there's a way to like slow down the video so you can make it play at 0.5 or point whatever really. I think 0.5, 0.7 speed. So you can also do that as well if you'd like. If that helps. V saying I'm behind too. I'll get caught up when begins using when you use the dryer. Yeah, and this is another reason why I think if I do perhaps just one if I do just one painting per scene, it may be easier, so that I could just sort of take my time, like one very large painting. But yeah, look, I'm just still trying different things and what works for you guys as well. Sometimes I do feel like doing more than one though, so I might just see where it takes me. So Christine, I've answered Christine's question. Does anyone on Facebook have questions? There's some I know there's quite a few of you watching. Please let me know in the comments how you're doing. And we've also got Nancy Grace, who's joined us. Welcome, Nancy. We've also got Margaret's comments. So Margaret says, taking my time, cheating. Sorry to say, not confident in my drawing. I'm doing it in pencil first. When I'm happy, I'll go over it with my black pen. It's the way to do it, I know, but I need to get the hang of the drawings. Hey, look, Margaret. There's many ways to tackle this sort of scene, so don't feel like you have to do it a certain way. At times as well, I do go through and with the pencil. So look, you kind of got to there's many different methods and many artists. Even I see professional architectural artists. They actually use a pencil first to when they want a bit more accuracy and a bit more certainty before going forward. So it's there's no such thing as cheating. This kind of thing, you can trace it. It's whatever you want it to look like. It's whatever gets you that end result. So yeah, don't worry at all. There's a new chat. So there's a V is saying tap the cog wheel on the video and it has playback speeds there. Yeah, I think that that works on YouTube. I don't know if it has that on Facebook because I'm kind of streaming to both at the same time. Yeah, let me know if you can do that on Facebook. I don't think they allow you to do that there. There's a chat from Lorraine. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. Lorraine Aubrey. I've surprised myself. The drawing was fun. I'm learning to work a little more loosely. Great instruction. Awesome. you know, it's always such a exciting feeling to know that you can still surprise yourself, and because in your mind you're thinking, oh, the result's going to be this, or you expect things that have happened in the past to happen again, but in reality, you're the one that can decide how something turns out. And if you often you put yourself out of your comfort zone and try something, that's when you kind of yeah, you get those unexpected results that make you think and make you change your mind about how you approach something that previously it's a lot of stuff, a lot of your progress, I think, can be self-limiting. People have self-limiting thoughts. I still have some of those myself, and I fight through them. So that's how I know. Um, let's have a look. I think we've got a few more. Jill Herwig. Jill says if you go too slow, you lose the flow. Yeah, that's a thing as well. Sometimes everyone approaches a painting or something in their own sort of speed. The good thing about being able to do these online in this sort of digital format just allows you to be able to go back again if things are too quick. But I really want to keep that in mind as well with you guys in terms of like if I'm going too quick. So I hope that's given you a little bit of time to catch up. Um, and I'll talk a bit about the brushes and things I'll be using as well. Which sorry, I've already talked about that, but a bit of the paints I'll be using. So um, paints, we will be using some Naples yellow, which is basically, just bring my palette over here so you can see it. And it's it's a bit shocking. Looks like it's just exploded everywhere. That's just how my palette looks. Got a bit of Naples yellow here. I've got some yellow ochre. These colors I'm going to use for the walls of the building. Bit of titanium white. I think I'll mix some of that in as well for the warm colors. Neutral tint. Bit of that for maybe the road. Um, and with neutral tint, I will mix up some blue or a little bit of red in that neutral tint to either warm or cool down that particular shadow. If you don't have neutral tint, as I usually say, mix up your three primaries. If you've got a yellow, a blue, and a red, you can mix them up, and that pretty much, if you get the proportions roughly equal, you'll get a grayish kind of color. You can then add in, once you get that grayish color, you can add in a bit of blue to make that a kind of bluish gray, or you can add in a bit of red and yellow to make it a kind of warmer gray as well. Um, so you really don't need that many colors for this. You can mix your greens as well. I do use sap green here. I've got a few other greens here. I think it's emerald green, hooker's green. This one I'm honestly not sure. It's they kind of look kind of similar, these two actually, but that's a hooker's green and emerald green. From my palette, this has been had this for now nearly 7 years. Let me think. 2014. Yeah, so it's been a while. Certainly been a while. They last a while, but I've used up the blues. I always go through the blues pretty quickly. So I don't know why. Probably because I mix a lot of darks, and the darks require more paint. So those I go through pretty quickly. So the yellows as well, because I use a lot of warmth and this sort of purple and yellow or orange and blue combinations in my work. So this is the bit that just gets decimated the most. Some of the earth tones as well here, they're kind of nice. A bit of burnt sienna, may use a bit of that on the building. But really, apart from that, it's just some of these greens. These are kind of convenience greens. Again, you can mix up your own greens. Just mix a bit of blue and yellow together in different concentrations. And if you've got different primaries, that makes it easier. You're just starting out, don't worry about getting, I'd recommend getting only your primary colors, three good quality artist primary colors. And it may only cost you $30 to get those three, but they'll last you for like a really long time. Um, I find like when you start out, I often find people buy those sets of watercolors that have 20, 30, 40 sort of paints in there. Um, and if you've got it's better to just get some decent quality paints, either student or artist grade quality paints, and have few of those, and you mix them up instead. You'll find I just much better results doing that. I've got the paper I'm using is 100% cotton paper, so just helps with the everything looks more vibrant when you're using that sort of paper. But again, just use whatever materials you have. I use all kinds of materials to do line and wash stuff. So I'm going to get cracking with the painting now. And let me have a look. Maybe just a quick look at the chats. So Bonnie Parsons, good to see you, Bonnie. She says, I've already sketched and painted. I love the fast paced. I posted, not sure where it went. Wow, you've really been prepared, Bonnie. Yeah, you can post it in our group, Watercolor Mentor community. So it should be in there. Yeah, have a look. I'll come and check of it afterwards. Should be in there. V's asking as well. So V says, or what do I do if I mess up the first try? I get up and draw it again tomorrow, and sometimes takes 3 times before I feel it deserves paint. Yeah, yeah. You don't always nail it on the first go. You guys might find that when I'm doing my demonstrations, most of them like they look all right. Like, well, I don't know. I think they look all right, but a lot of you think they look pretty decent, right? Um, when you start getting a hang of drawing things and windows, people, general perspective, once you build a bit of confidence in that, it like the process of transferring an image into a painting just becomes a lot easier, and you can repeat that process over the course of many different subjects, and you can obtain decent results. But normally when you're starting out and you don't have a clear understanding of tone and perspective and not enough practice, you find you might get lucky and get a really good painting here and a good painting there, and then suddenly in between you've got 6 paintings that are just, they don't look really good. And so you kind of have the tendency to think, oh, maybe it was just a fluke, maybe I should give up. But keep on going. It just takes time to solidify that knowledge. um, V also asks, what yellow do you use from the primary colors to mix? Is it yellow that will give you that vibrancy? Yeah, so I use lemon yellow. I've got like 5 different kind of yellows, honestly, in the have I got I can bring it around here. This is a set of paints that I got ages ago. I think it was, how many years ago? Jeez, I think 8 years ago, and I still have them because I've got, see, my palette and a couple others as well. Permanent yellow, lemon yellow, I use those a lot. Honestly, they're pretty similar. Permanent yellow is just a bit deeper. I'd say kind of more towards the orange side. Yeah, permanent yellow light. But those ones here, yellow, permanent yellow, they're kind of more vibrant sort of hue. But then the stuff I've got on my Schminker palette, which is Naples yellow, it's more of a creamy yellow. Now you can mix these ones, like permanent yellow, you can mix it with a bit of white gouache, and that will create a creamy kind of yellow, which will look kind of like the side of the buildings and the umbrella. Maybe the umbrella looks mostly white though. Titanium white also does the same thing. There's a lot of colors in here I don't use, so that's why when I tell you guys it's really not necessary. Don't waste your money and buy like a whole set of these if you're starting out. If that's it, I mean, if you want to, like, go ahead, but you don't need all that many of them. If you see, like, it's the same old culprits that I'm using here. Cobalt blue, ultramarine blue. I need to get some more of those, a bit more of the yellows, maybe a bit of this sepia. I use sepia for like a bit of cerulean blue, and then the reds. That's about it. I don't use anything else. Maybe a bit of the sap green, but most of this other stuff, I squeezed them out once and I've never used them again. So yeah, limiting your color palette actually makes it a lot easier for you, and it makes it easier in terms of being able to achieve some kind of color harmony in your work. You've got too many colors, too many things going on in there. Risks things getting muddy. So just my little tip. So I'm going to go in and start off now, and I'll pick up some yellow ochre, sorry, a bit of Naples yellow, and I'm going to drop that into the building. Okay, just straight off the palette, really, like that. And I'll go over the bricks and things as well. There, there, And notice it's also going on top of the what do you call it? The oops, just move that around. It's also going on top of the bits of shrubs and things. It doesn't matter. We just want to get a warm color running through everything. Um, here I'll just soften that off, that door there, that. Move that down in here. I'm using a very, again, this subdued yellow here, like Naples yellow. In fact, I've actually gone over a part that I shouldn't have. It's okay. There, and cut around the figures as well, like that. Naples yellow has this propensity to, it's slightly opaque. So the line work is going to be dulled down a little too, which can be a good or bad thing, really depending on your on your style, or maybe you want to get rid of something that you didn't put in before, something like that. So just make sure you're going, if you want that line work to shine through, just go a little bit lighter with that Naples yellow. Yeah, a bit in here. Okay, look at that. I'm really just dropping in color in the little bits and pieces and areas. I've got some titanium white, a little bit of titanium white. Yeah, and I'm going to put that in for the umbrella like this. I think I'll get it in for the whole umbrella. I want it to be the left side of the umbrella, be a bit darker, but it's kind of like an off-white color, okay, like that. Some more of the other sides of the wall. So that's some Naples yellow here as well. Here, I've got a number 10 brush. I'm going to swap down to a number 8 brush. It's just a little bit clumsy looking. There. Around here as well. Let's just drop in some of that paint. Yeah, I want that yellow to really show through and pop out. And I always try to put that yellow in first because things just turn to green if you're not careful. Um, really easy to just mix green accidentally through all this. So the first color I pick up is always, well, mostly just yellow. Certainly saves you a lot of hassle. You do it this way. Okay. Now the ground area, I think I'll put in a little wash of like a dulled down color as well, dulled down yellow, maybe some yellow ochre into the ground. Yeah, I want to have some warmth in here too. And one thing I want to do is just also leave in some of the tables and bits and pieces in there, that kind of making it appear like there's some highlights on the tables and stuff like that. So there, a bit of the color there. What's that? That's a bit of white, which we can leave. Continue on like this there. It's just really putting in like a quick wash over the top of everything. Even in the doorways and stuff like that, you can start putting in some little bits of color in here if you'd like, just a teeny bit of darkness. Okay, let that kind of mix in, and hopefully this will give me a bit more interesting looking doorway later when I go in with dark colors. So this is all I'm using is just a little bit of burnt sienna in this section, and there's I think there's actually some neutral tint in there as well that I've accidentally mixed in. Doesn't matter. Just a warm kind of color for the windows. If I might put in a bit of blue for some of those windows as well, just for the insides of them. But before I do that, I'll just start putting a few little brush strokes and stuff like that. Maybe some here running down that side. have a look what's going on here. We want some more, a little bit more yellow running through there. But really, a lot of it, I think we can just make do with tiny bit of tiny bit of green for everything later. Just going over the top. So the windows, this is the top section here. I might change that and just put in a bit of blue, tiny bit of blue actually. Some, yeah, just a bit of blue. It's kind of blue mixed with brown. That bit of blue, and then I'll just add some brown here on that side. To just kind of cool it down a little bit. Really cool down color. And a bit of blue in that one. Okay. Notice how everything's so warm. Suddenly you've got all this blue up the top and it just pops out. But like you notice, like I'll mix up, the blue, put the blue right next to the warm color as well to keep things interesting. Now, a bit of sap green. This is a really vibrant green, which I can just put in to indicate these bits of shrubs and who knows what, just coming through that there. Very vibrant sort of green, and it's not going to stay like that. I'm going to add in some other colors in there as well, but it does help to begin with to get in that light kind of wash. But you can pick up some more of this other green here, put that in there, and this, having it overlap like this with areas of the window and blend in together will create that kind of softness that will make it more interesting, make it look like the of trees and things and encroaching in areas. That there I might leave some white, for example, a bit of dry brush and leave some of that white in like that. May or may not stay. Just something to try out, A bit of darker green up the top here, some brown, more green here, at the top. Just have a play around and see. Might look okay there. Still wet still this area, remember? So up in some more there, some more here, here, bit there. A lot of this stuff just runs down the entire scene. So painting it wet into wet, just a great way of quickly and effectively getting these soft shapes for this section. There, there. And you've got two different types of greens, that's why I put in the sap green first, because it's kind of lighter and brighter looking kind of color. Then you've got all this darker, less saturated color underneath. Okay. Now we've got this doorway here, and I might put in a bit of brown and mix that downwards to a bit of blue, bit of a cooler color down here. Okay, something like that. Just cool that down, especially where the figures are, like this. Bring that down the page here. There we go. Something like that. We've also got maybe some shadow area here on the side, like that. I'm going to try to get some more sharper shadows going in a little bit later. Yeah, just I want to get some deeper shadows, sharper ones running down the page. It's not so apparent in the reference photo, but yeah, it's just something I want to try. It may or may not work. I think it will though. As long as you've got some kind of contrast between light and dark in there, you're fine. Okay, good. The windows here, let's put in a bit of coolness. So I'm just picking up a bit of ultramarine and a bit of burnt sienna, and I can drop in some of that color in here like that. And just to darken up some of these windows a bit. And just drop them in like that here as well. And just you get a lot of the detail in watercolors through layering. Yeah, so good, good, good. I might just add in a little bit of cerulean blue here for the windows. May look a bit out of place, but let's just try. Yeah, let's try. How's that? Maybe lighter. A little wash, and hopefully that will mix together a bit. Okay. Looks too saturated. I can drop in a bit of this is a bit of burnt sienna. Drop in here like that. That looks a bit better. Mixing of these colors. Oops. Bit of shadow here on that right hand side of the window as well. But we want a bit of area where the light kind of catches. But again, the third and most important part is probably just adding the shadows, sharper sort of shadows underneath. But before that happens, I'm trying to just get in another quick layer of detail underneath here first. Just these mini shadows, these kind of like lighter shadows, because shadows are not always the same tone all the way through. In fact, they're different tones, darker here than here. Don't worry all too much about that just yet. Bit of green, yeah, for this plant. Yeah, bit of green, like that. Now we can have some fun with the figures. Fun to the figures. We can go pick up some, well, any color really, just blues and yeah, ultramarine mixed with a bit of the burnt sienna. That can be nice. We just start out, maybe add in a bit of blue here, that there, maybe here, that, bit of the brown there, for example. We can even put in some very high contrasting yellow there. Just kind of turn to green. So again, be careful. Very easy to mix up these greens. We got some red here. Tiny bit of red. That. Okay, that mixes in a bit to the background. Okay, we can put in a bit of blue for this figure here. Yeah. There, and just some color for the legs. Bit of color for the legs. There. Got there's a somewhere here in the background. Just color in the back of them like that. Yeah, like that. Using pretty dark colors. Okay, bit of hair for that one. Bit more, maybe a little bit more darkness for the legs. Here on that left hand side, I might think of putting in some darkness here. I'm just really, trying to get in as much as I can, wet into wet, adjusting and all that. But right here, bit of color for that figure. Maybe a bit of Naples yellow for this one here. We can put in some pink. Just a bit of pink maybe in there, in here. The blues look really nice though. I do find like running through this sort of some of these sections. Bit of red, warm and cool colors, and they just look like people. They're just really quick people in here. There's some orange. I kind of wanted to make these ones a bit more brighter looking, so just just a quick little indication like that. Underneath the tables and things, I might just add in a little bit of detail for the maybe some bluish kind of color, left hand side of the tables like that. Much really. We got some neutral tints. I'm just mixing up a bit of neutral tint bit of blue here. Getting this the bottom of the apron of the creator. There. A bit of hair as well, like that. There we go. It's all just darkness behind there. There's even this figure is pretty dark. You know, and of course we got these shadows running on the ground, and I'll have some blue mixed in here. All these shadows and things underneath the table and that running across on the ground. Just indications. There, 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 there. That sign even there. And this kind of becomes a kind of dark section here on the side, which I can add in some blue, a little bit of ultramarine in that area. I'm running out of ultramarine. I really need to buy some more. You can mix some beautiful purples with them. I'll just add some more warmth in there to dull it down a little as well. Fantastic. Now, that's kind of drying. What I'll do is just get in a bit of color for the ground. Let's go with this, which is some neutral tint mixed with some burnt sienna. Just drop that in there into the ground and kind of mix everything so that it comes down as well. That it almost looks a bit pinkish, doesn't it? Slightly. So neutralize that a little more of this color in here. Yeah. Okay. That. All right. That is looking okay. Last thing I want to do is I keep talking about it, but the shadows, having a consistent kind of shadow running through this area. So to do that, I'm gonna go pick up. Essentially, gonna go pick up some shadow color, neutral tint, or if you just got some gray, and mix in a blue. Yeah, I'm really just using neutral tint and a bit of ultramarine blue for this shadow mix. And if it gets too, it's too bluish, I can mix in a bit of the neutral tint. Sorry, not neutral tint, but this burnt sienna. So, just having a look. Is it dry enough? That's the question. Is it dry enough? You know what? I'm just gonna go into it because we might have some interesting effects if we have some areas of sharpness and some areas of like of just softness. I think that will be nice. There we go, just a bit there. Let's try some bits here. That's sharp. There's some sharp shadows. See there? Bit here. And maybe some coming across the window like this. That. Yeah. Yeah. Don't be afraid to go a bit darker as well, and work your darks up into this area here where we've got the shrubs and things. Yeah. Yeah. More darkness. Yeah. Yeah. Bit around here. That's umbrella. Well, help to carve out some details. There's some, the umbrella just has these little bits of areas where not completely white. So some of that, there's also some darkness here on the left side of that umbrella, signify that shade. Good. Cross a bit like that. darken that more, actually. Good. Yeah, just a bit of cutting around these figures like this. Yeah. There. As we move up to the top section, this is a good time to play around with some of a bit of neutral tint and some of the greens to get in some darker areas of these shrubs and things. I don't want it to be too harsh as well, so I'm kind of just altering it and shifting that paint around a bit too. Okay. Bit of dry brush strokes, maybe darker. Darken that off, and let's try that. Too much, way too much. Again, off the brush, just have this dark, very dark green. Some of these, yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't want to also get rid of all that beautiful green there that's that we painted on before. So it's all control and trying to leave some of that in. Otherwise, it's all going to look the same and it will look boring. So yeah, bit here, bit here, there. Going through vibrant green there. More at the top like that. There. Good. I feel like I want to make this umbrella more. It's really popping out too much. Let's put in some of this Naples yellow in here. A bit more of that Naples yellow. It looks better because it's just the contrast is too much in areas. Tiny bit of that. I think that looks better. And then have that kind of fade into some of the color down the bottom in areas as well. There. There. Yellow. Okay. There. The ground looks a bit flat, so let's go ahead and drop in some bits of paint in here. Yeah, yeah. That. He's reinforcing some of those lines. Okay. Looks okay. Great, great, great. Probably another shadow that I haven't really done is the one to the left-hand side. I'll put in a bit of that in here, so it's kind of like comes out like this and just passed by the umbrella there. Okay, but we've got a huge amount of darkness underneath here, which I'm going to have to get in with actually just a neutral tint. Let me just try. Pretty dark. Let's go. Let's just give this a go. Only problem is we're going to have some really areas up the top here which are going to blend, and I don't want that to sort of blend all too much, so I'm being careful. Yeah. Cut around the things like this lamp, not a lamp, but heater. There, leave some of that area in the back, so it's not all whole lot, it's not all coloured in there, just some parts of it. There. I want that to mix into. To redo this. There. 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 Yeah, behind that sign. That bit of darkness there. Can even do it here. So the windows, some of the windows, bit of that darkness and that side. Yeah, in there. Some of these little sections. That one needs to be done as well. light wash over the top of this section, maybe some shadow like this, just a light shadow. I'm going to give this a really quick dry and we'll get back to it because I think things are just mixing too much over in that section. But I like all this. This wet on wet work is nice, and I think I think everything's sort of blended together nicely. So I'll pause the audio for a little bit and let's for a moment. Awesome. Okay, it's all dried off now. I'm going to go have a look at the comments and have a look and see if you guys have any questions so far. This is almost done. It's almost done. The final steps is really just putting in the last remaining darker areas and shadows. I do want to put some shadows for these figures as well here in the front. We're almost finished. So YouTube, let's have a look. We have got question. Like in the sunsets and those glowing night lights in the last section. Yeah, um so usually if I have like a lamp or something like that and I just want to bring out the yellow of that lamp, I'll start off by putting the yellow in first, let that kind of dry a little bit, and if I want to paint around it, it might blend, but not very much. We'll still preserve most of that yellow. Um, and Sarah was saying my hand was covering the sketch. Sorry about that, Sarah. Didn't see your comment before. Hope you managed to catch up. All right. And Yvette says, looks good. Thank you, Yvette. It's coming along. It's certainly coming along. There's a few things I need to add in here, and just some more shadows. I think just another layer of shadows should do the trick, and this bring out these really dark areas. Yeah, people are usually afraid to add in these darks, but you got to do it. You got to do it. Because that's the opposite of something like this, which is very light. You could have the full range of tones in there. And what's V saying? This is a harder one. I'll have to paint this one over. I love this picture so much. Yours is already amazing. it's uh, it's looking all right. It's looking good. Thank you, V. I'm gonna have a look on Facebook. A few comments. There's a few comments here. So there's a comment from Lucia. Oh, actually, hang on. Just got to scroll up a little bit. Gotta scroll up a little bit. Nancy says your palette is beautiful. um, one of the other viewers, Valerie, she took a photograph of took a screenshot of my palette and she wanted to paint it. It's a bit of a mess, but yeah, a lot of stuff going on in here. I barely ever wash it. Only maybe when I'm doing portraiture or something like that, where I need a lot more precision. And a comment also from Jackie Cherry, who says, I've just found you. Awesome. Thanks, Jackie, for joining and welcome to your first time here. Hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, like I sort of say with the rest, just drop a question if you have any, and I'll get back to you. And Loretta Berg Sampson says, I've enjoyed watching today's demo. Thank you, Loretta, and thank you for watching along. Are you gonna do this one later, or are you just gonna see how I go with it first? And let's have a look. I think that's it. I think we're kind of covered with the comments. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I hope you are all caught up all right. If not, please let me know. Um, but there's basically a few little sections here. So underneath here, not enough darkness. There's not enough interest in this section, especially to contrast the figures a bit. That's something I want to do, bring out the figures more. And I'm going to be using some darks in this area. Notice as well, when I go into an area and I don't completely color that area in with this really dark color, I'll leave some out. Leave that previous wash there. Makes it look more interesting. In fact, I've kind of missed, there's a bit here that I've missed out. It should be darker. This window's got to be darker. So let's get in these remaining shadows and finish this one off. I feel like I've been on this one for a while. And let's go ahead some of this shadow here. I've just got neutral tint, a bit of neutral tint and a bit of blue. Now this area underneath here, I'm going to just try to darken it a little more. Okay, a little more. And but keep it still very transparent, this wash, because the darkness here is not going to be as dark as on the windows, yeah, but we do need some more contrast in here, that's for sure. So I'm doing, just leaving, if I can get some of this in. Okay, there, just a little bit more, a bit more, and because I've got this kind of bluish color here, it's going to help as well with this umbrella, help to bring out the umbrella, hopefully, yeah. There we go. You could even have some little bits of shadow kind of running over to the side like that. There. Let's have a look. What else have we got? Yeah, the umbrella. It's really up to you how much of this the sort of folds and things you want to put in there. Yeah, I'm gonna just dry brush a bit of it. That's all. I don't want to get rid of all that lovely color on there if I can leave it. Got a bit of shadow running over the left hand side too. So let's do this dark bit in here. That's probably the easiest bit here. Drop that in. Maybe some blue as well. That. It's pretty, it's a pretty dark mix. I'd say almost 3/4 paint to 1/4 mixture of water. I'll do it here as well. Get in the top of this section. It's dry off my brush a little as well. That kind of helps. There, cut around that umbrella. That good. There, we'll do it here. Bit there. Again, we're not coloring in the whole thing. I'm just going to leave some areas of it as well, unpainted. Okay. But the edges, you want to just define some of the edges. That. Yeah. Okay. And dry brush in sections. This will help to, give the impression that there are details there. All the details and that sort of thing. I'm going to warm it up a bit. Bit of neutral tint plus burnt sienna, and a little bit more down here. Yeah, just where the figures, underneath where the figures are. Perhaps we can even get a section of shadow running across like this. Try anyway. There, the shadow running across there. The sharper looking shadows as well. There, a bit of shadow running across there. The sharper looking shadows as well. So these are really just the additional dark bits that you can finish off, just add on. Good fun to do. I love doing these little bits and pieces, especially of the shadows. I'm just obsessed with shadows. Obsessed with them. Even underneath here, look at that. There's really just a lot of darks. Neat bits and pieces you can just do. You can sit here forever. I want to show you the just my little methodology, how I approach it, and afterwards I might go into it a little bit more. But at least you know the steps that I take, and you can try and go ahead and repeat that as well. Um, if you're wondering, you want me to go into a little bit more detail too, I do have a whole bunch of courses that you can check out on Patreon. I also have the website, watercolormentor.com/courses, or just have a look at the website. There's a bunch of courses on there too. Tons of videos. I recorded every time I do a painting, or if I think of a theme of things I want to cover, I'll just go through and record it, and I tend to be able to concentrate a little bit more as well. So yeah, I'm just again putting in some more of these little darker sections of the trees, and it's just let it touch and go, just touch and go. Okay. Another bit of layering, some more over here. Well, like that. There. One thing I find that's not 100% balanced is the ground as well. We need some more stuff going on in there. All this detail top. So put that in. Let's look some extra dark bits in areas as well. Don't be afraid to go over it again if you need to. Okay, drop that paint in. Even in here, I do feel that there should be some more darkness in there, especially in the section. Arch, wet that down a bit, it's too much. But the top section, I wanted that have some dry brushing bits in there. Oops, yeah, too much, but hey, doesn't matter. Make do. Some shadows maybe running across some imaginary that coming out of the painting. So to the left, we've got the shadows of these figures here in the front as well. So I'm just going to pick some neutral tint and a bit of blue. Let's get them kind of coming in like this. Out that direction, I mean. Oops. Yeah. Ooh. And that one a bit better, but when the head or something there. Yeah, that looks alright. And important thing is to join it up to the legs, the shadow as well. Helps. Just leave a bit of light illuminated on that right hand side of the body. Join the rest of that shadow shape upwards. Here as well on the left side of the torso. Tiny bit of that shadow there. Do the trick. The ground, again, it just looks a tiny bit bare, but this is what I do. I put in some little dry brush strokes here on the ground. Not in all places, but just in some spots where it kind of looks a bit too bland. It's sort of the same color, or there's not enough texture. That something there. At this point, you might think you might want to do some of these other shadows, redo some of these other ones a bit more. Can do as well. So with this, there's a waiter or something here. You can put in a bit more of a shadow there for that one in the distance, and put in little, really just small indications of shadows and things underneath. The trick is just don't overdo it. Okay. So touch and go. Coming. Yeah, this figure. Yeah. the shadow. Maybe here for this sign or something. There as well, just a bit more of a color in there. Good. So this is looking pretty much done to me. I may add in like a bit of red for the faces mixed with, I'll go with a bit of red and English red and maybe some of this neutral tint red and some burnt sienna maybe as well. Is just sort of helps to bring the faces to all of them. You sort of change just depending on the skin tones that you get in as well. Change it around a bit. Interesting that way. Keep it very light as well, just like that. And then if it kind of they just look too funny, go over it again and redo that section. Add in a bit of darkness, and there's too much saturation, especially in there. You can always just mix it up, go back into it. Okay. Oops. That. I think we're pretty much done. So what do you guys think? And how are you doing with yours? Let me know in the comments. I think this is looking all right. I do think I've fiddled around a bit too much in areas, but overall it looks okay. But what do you think? I hope you've learned and picked up a few things from this. But I'll take off the tape so you can have a closer look at what it is. And if you're watching along and you've got a bit of time, hang around because I've got a second one I'm going to do as well. So the second one to sort of kick off with, but I'll take a short break in between. Just answer questions, a drink of water, that kind of thing. But here we go. What it looks like. So let me just see if it's centered and everything. See, okay. So not bad, not bad. I really like the shadows and also the bits of trees and things like that on the side of the building. I think that's worked out well. A few bits of details in here. There's a bunch of questions as well. I grab some water. Just one moment. But if you've got questions, pop them in the chats. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh. Let's see. So V says this is a harder one. I'll have to paint this one over. I love this picture so much. Yours is. Oh, sorry, I've already read that. Really highlight where I've left off. Thanks, Shanolan. She says I've missed half of your workshop. Still recorded, so yeah, watch it later, Shanolan, and love to see what what you come up with. One of the things I think you do very well is capture the light in your sort of paintings. Just have to focus on the darkness and go in and add in some of these really dark contrasts in here that really bring out the light on these little scenes. So don't be afraid of going with the darks. V saying it's been a good one so far, Shanolan. Awesome. And V's asking, will you be adding signature birds? Some birds may be perched on the street. Oh, that's actually that's a really good idea. Like to add in some birds or something at the bottom. So I don't know. Maybe I could add one in. Yeah, let's have a try. Let's have a try. Maybe let's see. Use a smaller pen actually. The Yeah, a couple of birds or something here in the That's a good idea, V. Yeah, that does help to split up this area a bit more and have like some smaller details and things in here. So yeah, thank you for that. The only other thing I might have to do is just add in the shadows and things of these birds. But apart from that, I think they look pretty good. That's a lot of birds. There's probably too many there. Go overboard. Certainly goes overboard. Tiny, let's just, while I'm here, I'm going to add in the color for that. Bit of the shadow. Where can we do that? Just here. A bit of a shadow. Birds. Down or something. Bit of gray. Bring them out of the pavement a bit more. There we go. Not bad. Good idea, V. Um, Fantastic. And oh, thanks. And thank you so much for the lovely compliments, everyone. Um, and V saying the birds are my signature. They look just right. They yeah, look, it does they accomplish something. They split up this area of the ground. The only thing that kind of bugs me a little bit, funny enough, is this umbrella. Um, it creates a really large focus, and I think look, it's decent, but there's something I'll have to think about it later. What I could do. I mean, even some writing for the name of the restaurant here. I usually just debrand everything. Um, but usually the writing might help, or maybe a few little marks and things like that with the pen will help it blend in more because every pretty much for all these other areas we've got quite a lot of detail, but here there's nothing, and so the eye is going to just draw into this area because there's also high levels of contrast. So something to think about in your composition, and you still be able to kind of change around. Um, Fantastic. And V saying add some purple tones to the shadows. Yep. Yeah. Good. Good. I love using kind of purple or bluish grays for the shadows. Um, Now there's a question here. There's a question from Laurie Packard, and she's asking what paper and brand of paints. I'm loving this. So the paper I'm using is a brand called Balhong, and it's a brand that's recently come out in Australia. It's 100% cotton paper. You can use all types. I also use Saunders Waterford watercolor paper. That's one of my favorites, especially for portraiture. Their smooth paper, it blends very well, even the smooth stuff. So yeah, there's also Bockingford paper that works very well too. But yeah, if you can get 100% cotton paper, it's very similar across the brands. I mean, there's just different artists have their own preferences based on the texture of the paper, the sizing and stuff like that. But it's actually quite similar. So the paints I use are a combination of well, there are a few things really. Mugello paints. I also use Schminker paints, a bit of Art Spectrum, which is a brand here in Australia. I use a couple there. They use their gouache paints, and also their what else do I use? The neutral tint is Art Spectrum, so it's very well priced as it's made here. Nerida says, I'm really enjoying the cafe scene. We haven't been able to go to cafes for such a long time. It's crazy. It's like I was saying at the beginning of this class, it's just, I can't even remember the last time I've been out to a restaurant. I'm on Uber Eats and I'm just ordering food, and it's not the same, as when you go out. I feel like they maybe just people just putting a bit more effort into it. Just yeah, pizzas and stuff, it's fine, but I've been eating indoors for a lot and just either ordering or making stuff. But the gym opened yesterday, and so I've been going. Uh, yeah, went back to the gym yesterday, which is so good. I need that. You need to have that exercise, getting in some kind of exercise, whether you're going to the gym, whether you're walking about, that kind of thing. It's really super important, especially for us artists who are, kind of tend to spend more time indoors, um, why do anyway? So, and there's also a question by Joan McKernan. She's asking what's the name of the ink? What's the name of the ink at the beginning? Oh, you mean the pen? The pens that I'm using are Uniball eye pens. So they're just these, you can pick them up at a office supply store. You see them? Camera doesn't focus. I've set it to like a normal fixed focus. Uniball eye, they cost about $2 a pen. Very cost effective and they work fantastic. So if you just get one of these, the 0.5, and then you might want to get a 0.7 that you buy for pretty much any of these tutorials, even if you're just drawing by yourself. So much tolerant. Great. Sure what you mean, Kate. Might retype that. Let's have a look. Any more questions? Nerida says, learn more each time. Thanks. Appreciate it, Nerida, and thank you for your support. The coffees yesterday. Appreciate it. I'm gonna do some. I was talking to Nerida about I'm gonna go do some shopping at the art supply store. Going a bit of a shopping spree. I'm gonna pick up some interesting colors, guys, at the supply store and try some different color combinations. I wanted to try some lavender, some of the duochrome colors, which are kind of slightly metallic, and just see what happens. Maybe I can find some different complementary colors that I don't normally use, and just try to paint primarily with those. Yeah, so I'm gonna give that a crack. And Christy Nelson says mine. Christy Nelson, mine is definitely beginner level, but I had fun. You're a great teacher. Keep at it. Thank you, Christy. And you gave it a shot, and that's all that matters. If you made it through. Lucia says even though there are some people, the scene is more animate with the birds. Yeah, they really break up the ground because we've got all this detail in here, and suddenly it's just nothing here. So, um, again, there has to be a sense of balance in your paintings, and you can't have too much light without some darks. Even this area, like that bugs me. This and this, the sign and the the umbrella where there's not much on there. So um, let's have a look. Is there any more comments? And I'm going to get started on the second one in just a moment. Um, there's also some more comments on YouTube. I know some of you are probably catching up still at the moment. But hang around for the second one. It's going to be good fun. It's going to be just completely watercolor paper. Sorry, watercolors, no ink. It's challenging scene as well. By Maria. Maria Iscard sent this through. Let me just bring up that reference photo so you can see. Okay, you should be able to see this reference now. Look at that. What a beautiful scene. What a beautiful scene. And a lot of complexity in it, but we're going to just simplify this down a fair bit. So hang around if you're still here. Remember, I do have a YouTube channel as well. You can pop on there. If you want to follow me on Instagram, I do put up a lot of tips on every painting that I do. I add some tips and yeah, just my thoughts on what I could improve on, what I liked about certain scenes. So you can check out my Instagrams. I got a couple there, bottom right hand corner of the screen. I think there's a bunch of questions. Just having a look. Thank you, Sui. Sui saying thanks for another great tutorial. Good to have you here again. And V's asking, have you tried the etcher paper? Is it the same that they use in their journals? I'm not sure. You have to look at the specifications. Just make sure, see if it's 100% cotton. On just by memory, I think it's not. I think it's 50% or 25, 50% cotton. So it's probably going to perform differently than the stuff in their sketchbook. Their sketchbooks have 100% cotton paper in it. So cannot get anything, just can't get anything but cold press arches here for 100% cotton paper. That's okay. That's great paper. Um, cold press arches is yeah, it's like the gold standard. So I do find it smells a bit weird when it gets wet though. It kind of smells like a wet dog. Arches. I don't know why. Just uh, let's have a look. Um, Sarah's here as well. Sarah Hornsey. Thanks, Darren. I'm super happy with my attempt. Well taught. I've never done such detail with pen before. Yeah, it's fun. It's actually quite fun drawing. I don't know if you picked that up or if you felt the same. I mean, but you know, I used to think drawing was a kind of a tedious sort of thing, especially with watercolors. I just wanted to get painting, but you find here the drawing and the painting complement each other very well. So let's go ahead and get cracking now. Um, let's go ahead and get cracking now with the other one. Bonnie says, "I love your people." Thank you, Bonnie, and thank you, Margaret, for the compliments. Lucia as well says the scene more animate. So I'll bring over the other bit of paper I got, and this one's a bit bigger. It's a quarter sheet. So in comparison, here's the half, half of that. Looks like an eighth sheet. This is a quarter sheet, so it only just manages to fit on the camera. I'm gonna move everything and started. I won't change the water. It's not too dirty. It's kind of just a grayish color, so we can work with that fine. Just need to move this so that I got a so that you can all see properly. I also, you know, when I'm doing watercolor paintings, I put it on a slight slant, the paper, so that the water just moves downwards a little bit. I've kind of got it leaning on the edge of my laptop, so there's like a yeah, it's like a I don't know 5-10 degree angle or something like that in there. I'll just reduce the size of this reference photo as well. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. But again, the references are available. If you have a look on the, yeah, you have a look on the discussion sections or even in the community tab on YouTube. It's all on there. So, yeah, it's just, I'm just going to get this light a bit closer with banging into anything. Alrighty. Let's get started. So for this one, we're going to have to put our pens away and just grab out a pencil. So if you've got a mechanical pencil, use that. If you don't have a mechanical pencil, just use a normal one. Mechanical pencils I find it better to draw because you can get a same point the whole way through. You don't have to sharpen it. So it's just, I just find it way more convenient. And the lines tend not to show through as much in the final piece, which can be a good or bad thing, depending if you want the lines to show through or not. I think I want more of the colors, the watercolor to show through. So let me just open up my reference picture. So if you guys can do the same, you get your new reference photo up on the screen. I'll do a bit of analysis on this reference photo as well, because I've never done this scene before. So let's have a look. So we have, you know, we've got all these buildings here in the background. Now, Maria, I'm not sure if you're still watching along, Maria, but you could probably explain a bit better to everyone here the buildings and maybe some of the history behind it. If anyone's, I mean, I don't know if anyone's been to in this area in Sicily. Was it Cefalù? I think I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but I mean, it's quite beautiful. And the reason I picked this scene as well is normally beach scenes, you know, they're a bit more simple because they don't have all these buildings behind it. But we can take some of these buildings and take the you know, the basic structure of them to create a slightly more interesting looking scene, and it'll help you also practice shadows, buildings too. There is a few things that I probably want to edit in this scene. Now I'll probably remove some of the foreground. Okay, so it's almost as if I'm going to shift the horizon line down a notch, almost like a quarter of the page down. That mountain on the top right hand corner as well. Um, it something about I know it's there, and but just because it's there doesn't mean we have to add it in exactly as it is. But I think there's a sense of I don't know, maybe the photograph is just that way, but it's just unbalanced in a way. But I do like that it kind of covers the back of the buildings and brings out the lights on the front of the buildings. Um, so there's a few things that we can edit and change along here. I'm hoping to get a more flat looking scene. Now, if you look here, the a lot of it is just, it's kind of like a bird's eye view. So I'm going to try to change it a bit so that we're kind of looking eye level, which means that the figures will all be kind of facing, basically the heads are going to be on the horizon line. Because if I do all these lit figures this small, I do think that it's going to be difficult to just get in um, a bit of a story happening here. So that's what I want to do, to change it up. And whether it works out or not, I don't know. But we got to give it a try. We got to give it a try and have that vision, in the back of my mind. But knowing that it may change, that vision may change halfway through. So take down this paper. So we're going to give it a crack, and there's just a few more questions here. Lena Darrell, Powderly says, "Hi Darren, missed this today. Can I come back to it at a later time?" Yes, yeah, you come back. You come back to this at a later time. For sure, these are recorded and available online. Um, and yeah, if you like the video, if you like what I'm doing, just yeah, really appreciate it if you could like the video and just share it around with some of your friends on Facebook, on some groups as well. Helps to get my stuff out there, get a few more viewers as well online. So we're going to make a start. Let's put in the horizon line. Now, like I mentioned before, horizon line is about halfway through here, but I want to reduce it down more, okay? Because, yeah, like I said, when you have a horizon line um, that's, yeah, basically um, further up, um, yeah, it just kind of appears like you're looking, you're on a higher vantage point. So just going to let me just have a think of what we can do. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna move that horizon line down here. So then when I put in the figures, a few figures on the beach and things, it's gonna look a bit more balanced. Just the way I want it. So we'll get in some of this here. So just a quick little line like that. Okay. So shifted that down, and it's difficult because we're gonna have to change up bits and pieces, aren't we? Here's the kind of some stairs just going up there, some stairs, and looks like a kind of a little area there, and some railing here for the walkway, like that. And we've got shapes here. There's a square shape here. This, I don't know what this is, but it's something there. There's little bits and pieces. That could be a boat even here. Now, it may not even be a boat, but I'm just going to put one in there. Anyhow, a boat-like shape. You know, here's another shape, a kind of rectangular type shape. This goes around here. How far does this go in though through the scene? That's the thing. So here's the middle of the page. It ends roughly about here. Yeah, so kind of stop it there. I like this idea of these boats here. I think I might add a few more in here in the distance. Mm. Now, this photograph, the one that Maria sent me, I think Facebook reduces the resolution on them, so I can't even see exactly what's in the back. But you know what? That might actually be an advantage because we can just change it and make it what we kind of want. So I might put in a few just little shapes here in the back. That certainly a lot of trees in this region here. Just kind of just get these round shapes overlapping, and there's a kind of a, it's like a, is that a palm tree? I think it's a palm tree there. Um, there, that's too much. Let me just erase a bit of, kind of gone a bit overboard, there. Just for a moment. I'll have to have a play around with this in watercolors later. Get in the leaves, be easier that way. We can have, let's have a look. The shadows are running towards the left. So this is a great reference actually for that, because we're going to be able to get in some sharper shadows, especially for the figures walking along the beach. Now the coastline, let's get in a few sections just running in like that. Here, here. Perhaps this bit here will come in like this. That, there. Yeah. About there. Okay. And we can have people kind of walking along the beach as well. So we can have someone here. Maybe they're just sort of that. Legs. Yeah. Standing around the side like this. I don't know what this person's doing, but here's a figure and another figure here, kind of walking along the beach, and just put in some shorts. That. There we go. There. There. Hands. Head here. This one's gone a bit funny. I don't really like it. To just change the body a little, but it is facing just the persons, that they're kind of upright more like this. Okay. There. There we go. Another person there. So they're kind of walking along the beach there. We can have someone kind of smaller figures here as well, just little ones coming down the steps here. Could be a busy day there. And who's to say there's no umbrella or something? We can have some umbrellas here. A bit of that. Just sticking out of the ground there. Maybe a bit closer, like here. Okay. Have another one perhaps here. Oops, let me just think. Here. There. Down. Yeah, there's like a boat here. Put in a little boat. That. There. This is going to be good because we're going to now be able to get in some shadows. Little shadows running through. Here. Seeing also the relative size of this umbrella is not too big. Something like this. Bit of that umbrella. Like that. Redo it quickly. That's a bit better. Stem of the umbrella coming down here as well, like this. There we go. Fantastic. Be another boat here. A couple of boats that are just lined up on the beach. Some people running or walking here in the distance as well. Two. Maybe some stuff underneath the umbrellas. There could be maybe someone sitting here on the ground. That. Couple of people here sitting on the ground. So yeah, it's again your figure drawing, practicing your figure drawing. Yeah, it's going to help. Now whether I put another person closer by, is the question. We can do it. See, like this. I don't have a reference for this person as well, so I'll have to kind of just make it up. Maybe he's walking in to the scene. Right. Walking in. Okay. Oh, geez, I haven't got the. Forgotten to change the view. Sorry, guys, I've just gotten too much into it. Oh dear. All right. Sorry about that. I hope you can. Hope you can see. Apologies, I had no idea that was happening. So look, I'll pause for a little bit and just show you what I've done. Okay, for those of you who were affected by that, which is pretty much everyone. It's just me. It's just me operating all this stuff, unfortunately. So sometimes I will forget things here and there. So what I've done, I've put the horizon line here. So instead of it being in the middle of the page, like in the photograph, I've shifted it a little bit further down. Okay, and I've added in some people. So this person here just walking into the scene closer to the front, so that figure is bigger. Square shape for the head, a bit of area here for the body. Okay, and we've also got the legs here as well. So it really just depends. I don't know. I might put some, might put some shorts on that person as well. Couple here. I put this little area of the staircase here on the right, sort of going up. Bunch of shapes here indicating the trees. Also a few umbrellas, a few figures just sit here. A couple of boat-like shapes in there as well. So have a play around, have a look at what I've done, and don't need to copy what I'm doing as well. Remember that it's just my way of trying to change up the scene and create a bit more interest in here. So this one may be facing us. Maybe these two may be walking into the scene. I'll give you guys a little bit to catch up, and I'll just check the chats if you have any more questions. But I'll just quickly check the chats. Okay. And Philip, how you going, Philip? Good to see you. Pretty regular these days on my channel, and thank you for the kind comments on my course as well. The other day I did reply to it, and yeah, I think all the comments are just of everyone saying that my painting's in the way, my drawing's in the way of the pictures in the way of the painting. Sorry, what do we got here? Righto. Let me know how you're going. Are you have you guys got in a bit of a sketch down already for this section? If not, the most important thing, just put in that horizon line round about, now it's not halfway, but I'd say about a third of the way up. Yeah, about a third of the way up. And then from that point, put in some figures, general shape for some figures, maybe some umbrellas, a bit of this section here for the the staircase and that area. Pretty much it. That's all that I've done in here. Don't want to put much here in the foreground, but it's always a good thing. Like if you got if you got another reference of some people, which is sometimes what I do. I'll bring up like if I want to look up like a child sitting on beach or something. Child sitting on beach. I'm just going to Google that. Have a look what comes up, and you know, here we can then maybe do a larger figure sitting here, just using some references that we found online. Maybe an arm coming out here like this, sitting, someone just sitting here, there. There we go. So there's another figure here that we can put in. Use, use them basically just as a little reference. But it's good because now we can get in some shadows running towards the left as well. That kind of thing. Okay. Righto. Perhaps umbrella here would be nice as well. Let's draw one in here. Little light umbrella. Little light umbrella here in the distance, like that. There, and just, oops, what am I doing there? And I wonder if I forget, just some little lines like this running on top of the umbrellas. Just really putting in where you think you like some detail. Okay. And I'm going to start with the buildings. Yvonne says my internet's acting up, so we'll finish tomorrow. Yvonne, yeah, not a problem, Yvonne. It's still going to be around, so yeah, just jump on tomorrow, and you can skip through the bit where I've got the photo in the way of what I'm doing. Okay. Righto. So let's get into some of the buildings now. This is going to be the tricky part. The tricky part. Yeah, but let's try to simplify things. Yeah. Around about this center part of the page of this of the painting, you can see that there is a kind of wall that separates out where the buildings are. Kind of here, goes all the way along, all along the back like this. Okay, just like a big wall, just right at the back here, and yeah, it actually comes across all the way like this into the background, and this all kind of merges into buildings near the beach. But the center of the page, you want to look at the center of the page, and I want you to focus on the building right in the middle. And what am I talking about? Which building right in the middle? I'm trying to point it out for everyone, but it's difficult. It's kind of it's if we look at the two towers that sort of poke up like that, the second tower here, if we go all the way down, it's this building that's closest to the water. It's kind of smack bang in the middle, and we've got like a kind of section here with the light showing on this. Can you see this sort of section there? Like that. And then it's kind of like a longer sort of style building like this. Okay. So let's draw that in. This will be the middle part of the painting. Okay. And notice as well, I'm drawing it in pretty big. It's not, in the reference, it's smaller, but I want to make it. Look, I'm making it bigger because I'm guessing basically, but if we're down on the ground and maybe we're closer into the scene, so rather than having this bird's eye view, we're kind of flat and we're moved into the scene. Perhaps it will just, it's definitely going to be bigger. I also want to emphasize them a bit because I find that they're quite the buildings are a very important part of the scene. Now the main buildings that you want to focus on are, I would say, like the ones on the left. The ones on the right are not a huge deal at all, but we're going to still go into them. And if you're having troubles drawing buildings and seeing them as well, Again, I do have one of those references that I've uploaded to the discussion section that kind of basically a tonal sketch, tonal version of that. Um, so I actually use that a fair bit as well at times. Um, so let's go ahead. I might, you know what, I might actually just bring it up quickly on the screen so that you guys can have a look what I'm actually talking about. And this time I'll remember not to leave it up there. Um, this is what I mean here. Where is it? If this a bit. This photograph here. Uh, so you, it's very simplified, right? But you can see that there's just one, almost like a really big shadow shape coming through. The shadows of all different colors, all different tones, I mean. But even if you simplify a reference down to two tones, look at how much detail and how much you can apply through that. So um, that's kind of what I mean. Anyway, so yeah, with the buildings on the left, more details, I would say, in terms of like the towers, indicating those sharp shadows cutting through the sides of the buildings. On the right hand side, it's almost like if you leave out just a few squares and rectangles and things, yeah, you're going to get an idea of these buildings anyway. But because they're quite far back in the distance as well, you don't want to emphasize too much. Otherwise, again, it's going to, the photograph, the reference is just going to, painting is going to look unbalanced. Around. It's probably a better way to do all this stuff. But um, okay, so I'm going to get cracking on this now. Um, so we will put in some of these buildings, and I really want to get painting. Really want to get painting. I'm excited to get started on it. There's a building here on the left of this one here. So it kind of starts off here, and then it kind of goes across like this, that, and then it, you know, got a roof that just pops out like this, there. That kind of comes down there like that, and then there's like an edge of the building here, this, there. So that's a kind of side of that building as well. There's a section here, simplifying them down as well. I'm going to just travel up the page very quickly to try to estimate where these towers are. Now, this is going to be a crucial sort of part here. So if I kind of just leave a bit of space in between them and start drawing in the towers, which is just a block, a rectangular block, comes down like that. Okay, we've got another block, yeah, just joins up to the top like this. Oops, yeah, yeah, and we've got a triangle on top. Triangle. There we have it. We've got one of the towers. And then we're gonna go within maybe this section here on the right hand side, the rooftop or something there. That. The secondary tower, or closer to the front anyway. There is. Let me just get in this section for there. Kind of, it's exactly the same. So we want to mimic that one. Okay, the width of it around here, out there. Let's say come down like this. There. So it kind of goes up. Section in there. There. Got the top part of the tower, which is like this square sort of shape on top. Then we've got the triangle. So notice how I just draw everything in reference to, I just refer to everything as kind of shapes. This actually comes out, leaves more for the square. Okay. And there's, you know, windows here, here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if you got this done, that's pretty much the hard bit out the way. Okay, the rest of it we can almost just kind of wing. You know, here there's a I don't know the names of all these buildings or what they're for. I was hoping Maria might be around so she could give us a bit of a history lesson because this is her hometown. This is where she was born, and it's amazing because you know, find with a lot of these beach photos and stuff, you don't really get much going on in the background, just a bit of headland. But yeah, this is amazing. It's just so much. Well, for me, it is because, as you guys know, I'm just quite obsessed with drawing buildings and things. So having both of these in at the same time is quite incredible. So I wasn't able to find any other photographs where we could have kind of be on the ground and looking at the buildings and looking through this scene. So I'm hoping this will work out. I mean, we'll give it a try, yeah. And there's probably going to be bits where I have to cut off at the end as well. Uh, so you know, underneath here we've got again. Here's just a few rectangular sections. You know, there's another area. This could be a house or something on its side. There, there, you know, and so we need to get them going smaller as we go up as well. That's too big. There. Um, what have we got? We've got on the left here. There's a kind of rectangular building, and it just comes up. This here, and there's like a triangular roof. I think, unless I'm kind of seeing things. Another rectangle here. Just pick out shapes and draw them in. Most crucial are these two towers. But apart from that, the rest of this stuff we can wing and just make it up. Okay, just as long as the basic shapes are there. That's a rectangle. You know, there's all stuff in it, but it is essentially just a rectangle. You know, they overlap with each other. There's more coming in. Here, there's another house here that's like, oops, where is it? Here, it's like a side of it there, and we've got there like that. Um, let's have a rooftop like that there as well. Um, little rooftop. Time will tell whether these buildings I put them in too big or not. But you know, good to give different compositions a go. You can this goes to show you can never get the perfect reference photo. You never get the perfect reference unless you're taking the photo yourself. That is, then you still have to edit and change things around. Here you go. Yeah, all this stuff is going to be one big shape at the end of the day. Yeah, here we go. We've got some square shapes and things in here as well. You know, just bits and pieces. On this side, now we have some kind of rooftop here. Type of a building here that comes down there, it's sitting on top of that elevated bit of land, and you know, some parts coming down like that. Should do quick. A few more of these rooftops and things. There we go. It's okay. Now the rest of this stuff is again, like I said, it's just going to be a lot of guesswork and just kind of creative, just putting in some bits and pieces in here that you think would look nice. Something like this. There's of a what is this? A tower, a couple of these little bits here as well, which are nice. Some of those in that. I think I don't know. Maybe it's a church or something. Yeah, there, there. Okay. Put in a bit of detail in here. And this stuff here I can just sort of change up and make into something else later. Bit of the, got this, goes all the way up. Really, it's quite, should we do it? I think maybe I could get it to come out. Yeah. Hopefully soften off at the back. Interesting. Okay, all this sort of area here, we might pick out like a larger building here, for example, like that. Just try to put that in, okay. And other buildings, maybe like a tower or something here. It looks like the side of a tower or something, just in that section like that, which is obscured by another building in front like this, another building here. Look like kind of an apartment block or what here as well. Nice little apartment block. That's going to have some shadows. We can get in some shadows there. Something here. What is this? It's like another building there as well. Put in there. A lot of this stuff, again, just going to all be rooftops at the end of the day, the darkness going through it. Okay. That might be okay. I think that might be enough. Okay. A lot of scribbling around, a lot of things going on. So let's go ahead and get started on the painting. Okay. And what we will do is begin to pick up a bit of the warmer colors first. So my large mop brush, I'm going to go straight into this. And one of the things I also want to do is just get some of this water done. Some of the waves and yeah, just some of the white areas of the water too. Now, before I even do that, I'm just going to pick up some clear water and just wet this area first. Okay. We'll go back into it later. I just want to pre-wet it for a second. But for the buildings, we can pick up some yellow. We can pick up all kinds of yellows. This is just the base of but we've got also the rooftops, which are kind of these burnt sienna colors. Even this section here, it's kind of like burnt sienna. There. Like that. A bit more strength actually, like that. There, coming down. And there we've got maybe some neutral tint mixed in there like that. And some more yellow ochre as we move down. There, some more of this stuff going through. Let's have some of this yellow there, a bit of burnt sienna again up the top here. But the rooftops, they all have this kind of almost like maybe burnt sienna plus some orange. I could get some of these in all places, but just in some of the places like that. Then I'll just drop in that yellow. Okay. Just putting in colors, just some bits and pieces here and there. And don't be afraid to leave in some white as well. Okay? Don't have to paint everything in. Leave some whites where you want to show extra contrast. Yeah, I've got some little bit more of this burnt sienna, a bit of this yellow ochre. I'm not using too many saturated colors for the background. I'm not using too many colors, saturated colors for the background. Hope I can just kind of push it back a bit. Bit of Naples yellow as well in here. Be nice. I'm also painting around these umbrellas as get in more of a blue color later on. Okay. Do a bit of putting around work. This there. There's even this umbrella here, there, which I've already kind of gone over. There, there, umbrella here. Yep. This wall even here at the bottom is kind of darker. It's colored down a bit. Great. Stuff on that left-hand side as well. I'm just going to go and color it in. Some Naples yellow and maybe some bit of, this is some brighter yellow I've just dropped in here. Create some more contrast and vibrancy. Yeah. Something like this. Now, while this area of the sky, this area is still wet, I'm going to go ahead and do some of the sky as well. Okay, just kind of drop in the blues and things. I've got myself some. Let's use some of this color, which is just. It is just cerulean blue. Very light wash of cerulean blue. Okay. Yeah. And I'm doing this while it's wet because I just love the sense of this some of this stuff mixing together and creating a soft sort of feel. So it's okay if some of it mixes. Try not to mix too much of it, especially near the towers. Here I've gone a bit lighter. Okay, some of this stuff here will mix in as well. Here, 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 there, like that. Very light. It's almost a quarter paint. That off pretty much on the left hand side. There, and bring that over. More blue. This, and we're almost done with the sky, to be honest. There's just this section here on that right hand side. We can even add in some of this, I don't know what this is, some purple or something. A few large strokes like that, carrying across the top section. And bring that across. Very love this cerulean blue. It's a non-granulating cerulean blue. So now I've got this area here. Perhaps some burnt sienna would be nice. I don't want it to stick out all too much. And neutral tint. That burnt sienna, neutral tint. Maybe a tiny bit of ultramarine as well. Let me see if I've got any more ultramarine. A little bit there. Oops. Okay. Looking all right. Perhaps this needs to darken, be a bit darker as well. I'm being careful not to create too much darkness up there because I don't want it to draw too much attention, but at the same time, having it stick out a bit would be good so that buildings, the buildings will look more come forwards a bit. But look, we can also go back into that section a bit later with some darker paint. This is all still wet. Now, I've let this dry. I shouldn't have done that, but a bit of yellow here would be nice as well. Just mix that in. It's still kind of damp, so we can get away with it there. And the water, I'm going to use the same, almost the same color as the sky, just some cerulean blue. Okay, but firstly, we'll wet this section a little bit. Even this area, be good. I'm just going to be careful as well because I want to leave some white of the paper for the figures. Hopefully you can do all this in one go. So I'm using a smaller brush, which is a number 8 flat brush. going to mix up a bit of blue and look, the color of the water is kind of like blue with a bit of yellow, bit of Naples yellow mixed in. It's like a turquoisey color. Okay, so I can try. Let's have a look. Here we go. There's a bit of, and it has to be darker than the sky as well. It's another thing that's important. Okay, wet on wet. Just a really quick elements of water here. We don't get in all the whites area. Sure, I think it's going to be hard now, but we'll leave some of the white of the paper like that. But also we can use some gouache later to bring out bits of it. But most importantly, we're just trying to get in some darkness here. Water is, and indication of some like waves. So here we go. It'd be a big wave coming forwards like that. There. Good. Now for this section, I want to just blend it in with the, oops, I don't want that. I want to blend it in with warm colors for the ground. Okay, so yellow ochre, just drop that in straight there. Allow it to mix. Okay, that. Okay, there's some mixing here on the left-hand side as well. Yeah. But it kind of it just looks more joined together. Okay. And more warmth. Yeah. Around the figures. Because I want to get in some other colors for the figures. And the boats too. Got to a smaller brush. I'm get too tricky to do that. Just the larger brush. Got some of this bit of titanium white. Look at this over here. Slightly opaque, but it's nice color. Okay, yeah, we just cut around things like that. The figures here as well. Cut around the feet and the there in the background, like this. Here, here, there. Bit more yellow, especially. Okay, and we are pretty much done for the first wash. Okay. The water looks okay. I do feel like it's there's a bit to be improved on. So what we can do is wait for that to dry very slightly. Go back into it to indicate some more waves and stuff like that. So for example, we can just pick up a bit of blue. Let me have a look at the chats as well. There's a few people still watching, mostly on Facebook. Wendy, so Wendy's just watching it now. She's going to paint it after. Awesome. Gregorio says, I'm leaving for tonight. Just a little tired. I messed up the bar scene with the shadow. Thanks for taking the time, Darren, for these tutorials. Thank you, Gregorio. And you're very welcome. I'm glad that you enjoyed them, that you're enjoying them, and I'll catch you next time. And Margaret says, thanks so much for today's tutorial. We'll finish these tomorrow and enjoy your night out. Awesome. I'm going to go put in some darker waves running through here as well. Okay, while the paper's still wet, it's just such a good time to do any of this stuff, you know. Down here, maybe a bit more blending into the front. Just wet on wet stuff. Wet on wet work is just amazing. You never know exactly what's going to happen. Running out of blues. I need to get some more blue there. There. I want it to be pretty soft still. And remember, later we'll go in with a bit of gouache and we can bring out a tiny bit more of the color of those waves, the sort of white waves coming through. Important really for now to make sure that you've got enough color in the water so that it's darker than the sky, essentially. It's the main thing you want to make sure you're doing. Fantastic. Interesting thing is that there's also some, shadows coming in from the left-hand side, some imaginary sort of shadows. Well, they're not imaginary, but they're like, trees and things off in the distance, so out of the frame. Just put in some soft marks like that. Another thing you can do is if you want to get in a bit of texture and stuff on the ground, you can pick up a bit of like burnt sienna maybe, and a bit of yellow burnt sienna, and just sort of tap onto areas of the paper to get some little bits of texture like that. Yeah. Something like this. Okay, not going to overdo it though. Okay. Ooh. So I'm going to give this a quick dry, and I mean, quite honestly, a lot of this has already dried, but we're going to give it a quick dry up the top, and then we'll go into the buildings, get all the shadows of the figures, bit of the color. In fact, actually, I'll change my mind. I'll just quickly do a bit of color for the figures. By that time, perhaps the top would have already dried. I'm putting a bit of red and some yellow in for the legs here. I'm hoping that kind of blend a little bit there. And same for the arms of the figure here, the face. There, I'm keeping it really light as well. And maybe they're wearing some kind of like bathing suit. Some color here, some cool color. This is purple, I think. Yeah. Just join that on a bit. Yeah. Can be a person. A bathing suit. Okay. And this one here, maybe we've got the person here. Oops. A bit of red and a bit of yellow mixed together. Okay. Yeah, just two, like that. The red there. Of course, put some pants on them, shorts, like that. But really, at this stage, we're just looking at very basic colors, just flesh tones. We can put a bit of burnt sienna, more burnt sienna for this one, perhaps there, there, walking around there. The figures in the background, I'm just going to simplify down one color. There, some here as well. And has that dried off yet? Really? So I'm going to go ahead and dry this all off. I'll be just a moment. Let me know, how are you doing? How's everything going? We won't be, we finish very shortly. I think the second part will only give me maybe 20-30 minutes and I should be done. Righto, that's all dried off now, and what we will do here is we're going to start getting in the shadows of all the buildings, and this is where everything starts to hopefully come together and start to come alive. So I'm mixing up a bit of blue, a little bit of ultramarine here on the side with some neutral tint, and this is really just to create a grayish blue color, perhaps even purple color running through. And I'll just have a look at the chat. So I'll slow down a little bit, have a breather. V says she's just starting her first wash and had a harder time sketching out the people to look right at a flatter view from the photo. Yeah, it's tricky. Certainly tricky to when you don't have that reference picture that you obviously want. Sometimes you just gotta go with what you have. So invent something. I hope you've yeah, you can just use my painting. If those of you who are watching along, just use my general structure, and I think that should do you well. I've done this a few times, so you know, makes a little bit more sense for me. But you want to make the heads around the same height on the horizon line. So you know where the bottom of the buildings are, you want to line up the heads of all the figures, unless they're sitting here on the ground, in which case the head's going to be lower. That's how you imply a flat sort of ground. And Kate says, I'm loving your second painting, trying to keep up. Awesome. Yep, take your time, and the try what I've done here as well with getting the blue to kind of blend in with the buildings a bit. So, like if you look at the whole painting that I've done now, everything connects together. The water starts and ends where the sand is. The buildings start and end where the water, you know, like the sky. There's a general boundary where everything is, but it's all very loose. So it almost just looks. I'm just putting colors on here and a little bit of tone. The only sharpness is here, but everything else is kind of soft levels, areas of detail. So that's what you want for a first wash. Yeah, I find just combining everything makes it perfect. But second stage is pretty much follows that same pattern where I'm just trying to find a large shape, a large shadow shape that joins and carries on through this whole area in the back. Um, you know, for the umbrellas as well, that's something that I've, you know, again, that you can put in a bit of color through the umbrellas. Uh, you know, a bit of, you know, what's an example? Maybe like a bit of a pinkish, pink and blue together, something like that. A purplish umbrella. I think that would be nice. Very light color. Um, and can't stress that enough. Just very light wash over the top. That. And the other one we can put in, yeah, we can put in maybe some of this, put in some yellow even, a very lush, light sort of yellow running through some of the umbrellas. Um, there we go. Just a bit of lighter color running through them. We can redo them afterwards as well too. The same thing goes with the boats. The color doesn't matter also, so much as like the tone of it, which you just want to keep very light. Um, so yeah, essentially it. And you know, the shadows are going to be good fun. Get all the shadows in afterwards. Oh, alrighty. I'm gonna get started, everyone, on shadows. And V saying the waterline changes that made it hard to work it all out for me when I can't. When I came to getting the people in perspective, I had to copy you and go from there after the picture was moved. Yeah, yeah. Apologies for that. Apologies for that. I should keep. I'll keep a better eye on the stream. I've got so many video. Sometimes I've got so many tabs up at the same time to run all these things that Yeah, I haven't done it in the past though, so I'll learn from it this time. Now let's mix up. Now I already kind of did this, but I had a bit of neutral tint. I mixed that neutral tint with a bit of this purple. Um, you know, we can add in a bit of, even a bit of tiny bit of white in there as well to make it slightly opaque in areas. Doesn't have to be all the same sort of color. Uh, and then another good thing is that we've got this neutral tint plus a bit of this burnt sienna up the top, which gives us a warmer kind of gray, and then a bit more blue if we want some, you know, changes in there. So I'm going to start with this bit. This is the most kind of fun bit that I want to do anyway. So, you know, bit of this on the left hand side there. The consistency is about half half paint, half water. Okay, so a bit of this here, there. You only get one chance to do this, so you know, make sure you give this a good go. One shadow on that left hand side, which kind of joins on here to this side of the building. Here, there, that comes down. And this is all dark here. Well, all dark. Okay, and then we're gonna get in over here. Slither. Yeah, the one on the right looks a bit better. Try to refine this a bit more. Okay, the edge of the shadow, notice the edge of the shadow signifies the side of that building. Even here, this edge of the building here is signified by the shadow, the darkness of that building behind it. Darkness in here. You know, we can change it up. We can put a bit of a warmer color in here. And again, this section here will be, the side of that building is signified by the shadow on that building, the darkness on that building. Bit here, bit of darkness on that, the top of that building here as well. Yeah, comes down, but we've got light on that right hand side. It's kind of not being able to portray that so well here, but that's okay. Come through. This is this whole building's in light section, so I'm not gonna touch that. Down a bit here, there. We're just imagining light hitting the right hand side of a lot of these buildings, which means yeah, you're gonna get a bit of shadow running underneath to the left hand side of some of them, that kind of thing. But most importantly, we've got to leave out sections like this. Yeah, we can't just color everything in, otherwise it won't work. Down the page a bit more. Leave some squares and bits of rooftops there. Get better at imagining which bits to leave out. At some point I stopped looking at the reference at all. But for this section at the bottom, this is so crucial to get right. These shadows running across that left-hand side of the building, where you kind of got these little, see this shadow pattern that sort of just runs across parts of the building. So let's have a look. How can we do this? We can get in a bit here like this. Bit of darkness. Yeah. Again. That down. Pull that in. That. That section there. This connects up there. Line running across there. Shadow. More kind of light darkness here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to join these shadows all onto one, yeah, so that it just looks more fluid. Makes sense. More of these shadow pattern running across. That. More blue, a bit more blue in here. There, there. That. 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 Another building can be dark here as well. A bit of darkness there. Yeah. There's more here as well that I won't indicate all too much, just a slight something. A bit of bird sienna. That efficient. This is going to be another rooftop of another building up in the background. What we got here? Just some more areas to color in. Again, just leaving out some of those white areas. White, but basically the areas of the buildings that we don't want to color in because of the light indicated on them. Okay, but those ones look okay. I'm just going to go ahead and for the right hand side do this one quite quickly. Okay, so some more neutral tint plus a bit of blue. I'm running out. Oops, I've got some more blue there. Section. Just some rectangles, just leaving some of those rooftops in like that. And really just, yeah, rectangular regions. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah, there. Carry that across more. More blue and neutral tint in here. There. More neutral tint. Darken that down a bit more. This. I kind of want to just darken a bit around these umbrellas too so that I can get more contrast on them. Not the whole lot, just in areas. That. Okay. More blue, a bit more blue and strength in some of these areas. Okay, continuing on. What else do we have? Side of this building, kind of sticking out there. That. Ooh, I think I picked up too much purple by accident. That's way too purpley. Do kind of some more neutral tint in there. We'll just have and down that. Some of these trees as well, we're just going to get in some green. This bit of green at the bottom base and cut around some of the figures and pieces here. That. Base of section is kind of darker. Let's carry this down. Too purpley. More neutral tint. Okay, there. Good. few little, you know, it's like these little lines to signify some steps perhaps going up. While that's doing its thing, I'm going to go play around more here. Let's get some more of this section in. More purples and things like that. Leaving in some of that color before. Some of that lovely yellow. But we've simplified that down to one big shape, effectively, which makes it a lot easier to paint and combine that all into one big shape. Now the base of this area here is actually kind of darker, that's for sure. I'm gonna put in a stronger base just somewhere here. This is a bit much. Lift off. I might grab some brown actually, some burnt sienna for this. Have a bit more warmth in that section. And just a bit of burnt sienna here at the base. Something like that. I have to go back into it later and perhaps redo it to get some more detail and structure into it. I think that looks okay for now. I think that should do. Okay, looking all right. We've got all the buildings and stuff out in the back. Now, I'm just gonna let me just have a look. We've still got quite a few people watching. What time did I start? In 4 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this off in a moment. And this, for the most part, the shadows, buildings, and things in the background are done. We just got to put in the shadows for the figures, bits and pieces on the ground, and also another layer in the buildings to get in some of the little windows, that sort of stuff. Perhaps even, I don't know. I'm thinking whether I want to add some more darkness to those, to that section there in the background. I think I will, just to give it a try. Get that larger kind of mountain in the background. And there's some comments from V, who says, you do good, doing this alone. Most people have someone helping them when they are live, especially operate the video and even monitor the chat and read it to the artists as they paint. Yeah, yeah, I do get some help every now and then actually, but yeah, I want to find a way to just do this a bit more effectively. But yeah, it's working. It seems to be working today. Apart from the time I forgot to change the photo out. And how's everyone on Facebook going? We've still got quite a few people watching. There's a question with Lucia Lupa who asks, "Can I mix watercolor with acrylic paint to make waves?" Yeah, I'm sure you can. Yeah, acrylic is sort of like, I guess white acrylic is similar to white gouache, except when it's dries, you can't re-wet it again. But yeah, you can definitely do that. It's just that with the white acrylic, it's probably going to create some kind of elevation in the paper. So I don't know how much you like that, but you can certainly try that. Yeah, for the last bits anyway. But if you're using acrylics on their own and just using that to paint, just to make the waves. Yeah, sorry, lost my train of thought. You can definitely use that to do the waves. Down in here, I've decided I'll add in some darkness, and it's just blue, a lot of blue. Some sections like this. Just especially down the base, I think it'd be nice to add some of that in. Too much, we can add a bit of neutral tint as well to just dull down that color. Really try not to take too much out of these figures as well. It does help to have some more contrast on them, especially in front. Excellent. It's way too pink in this section, unfortunately. I've picked up a bit of pink because I have it in the funny enough, I have it in the same area as my ultramarine. So it's kind of just changed over to have this sort of kind of wanted that color all the way through. But you know what? Doesn't matter. We'll make do with it. Kind of at least contrast with the yellows, right? So let's do the shadows and some of the bits and pieces on the figures. So we know that there's going to be some shadows cast to the left of the figures, the heads and things are here. So just underneath the chin, maybe a bit of shadow there. Bit here perhaps, on the leg. These figures, left side of the body there, and the legs here. We've got a couple of figures here in the background. I will just lighten up a bit, darken down a bit, I mean, sorry. So join that up a bit there, tiny bit more there. I can pick up even smaller. If you've got a little brush, it might actually help you out if you're struggling to get in the details. Okay, and I want to join this on, get a shadow on the ground as well. So if we pick up some neutral tint, have a look. Yeah, there we go. That's one. Yeah, two. Just kind of walking in the beach. Mainly the feet connect on. I think that's the important thing. For that, you know, even this one here, just sort of sitting down. Be some shadow underneath there. Moving towards the water. Use that to get in some of that. There's some, yeah. You know, someone here in the water as well, which we can kind of get in a few people there later. You know, a bit of shadow there to the left, even this umbrella, another umbrella here, here, someone here, we can join up that umbrella, this, like this, here, umbrella here too, there's a boat that we can put in a bit of shadow on that left hand side. This too, just a bit of, tiny bit of shadow there. Great, great, great. I think a bit of dry brush on the ground would be good. Some, you know, this stuff. It'd be seaweed or like just footprints and things on the water, on the sand, I mean. Careful, a bit more in the background, just create smaller marks in the background. I don't want to get rid of all this water, this nice light mix, I mean, here. So we just want to be careful. And we're adding some texture to the ground and things like that, but we're not also getting rid of what's creating this beautiful contrast. Underneath the umbrella, I'm gonna just do some of this dark, add some darkness. Yeah. I have to reshape this one a bit. Wonky. There we go. The darkness, umbrella like that. Um, this figure as well. I can darken that figure if they're under, it looks like they're underneath the umbrella. So in the shade, at this point you can't see yours so much. It's quite far off in the backgrounds. I mean, this is a boat, I think, and there before, there in the background, trying to indicate. There's something here as well. There. Some figures here that will require a slight shadow as well. That running to the left. Just checking the darkness of this one in the front. I think you'd probably do with a bit more darkness. Okay. Okay. A bit early, but I'm going to put in the birds because I'm just trying to buy some time while this all dries off. But I'm going to have to actually do it probably probably gonna have to just do it in with the hairdryer, dry it off later. Little birds here in the sky. So I have a smaller brush that I can do this with. A little one. Okay, and we've got little mistakes here where we've accidentally added in some little splotches of paint and things, and turn them into birds as well. Yeah. Oops. There, a bit more here. Thing about these birds, you just got to make them kind of random. So you can't have them all in one section, but a few here, a few there. Like this stuff on the ground, the sort of mess that I've made over there. It looks better when it's kind of is random. I often hang around these towers and things as well. I'm gonna get some of this in here. To that splattered paint. That. Okay, let me just do should we do the mountain? Let's try. Why not? A bit of brown and a bit of neutral tint. How's that? Too much? Perhaps this dry brush stuff will be better. Just quickly do it. It's almost pure paint that I'm adding in here. Away. Okay. Bad. More darkness at the top. And I'm trying to get some dry brush strokes also running through here so that it doesn't look too stick out of the sky kind of thing situation. So that it's just not all too harsh. But I have ended up making it come out of the painting is what we were kind of trying to avoid doing in the beginning. But it actually looks quite all right. Now I'm going to give it a quick dry, and then the last step is just add in some small little finishing touches, some little dark bits, but I think we're pretty much done. So one moment. If you have any questions, some final questions, let me know. That's Okay, so I'm going to be using just a small brush, maybe a number four, it's a number four round brush here. Pick up some neutral tint. Okay, let's have a look what we've got. Bronwyn says she's running out of battery. View again later. Not a problem. Um, bit of really dark color, and I'm drying off that brush as well while I'm pick off that color straight from the palette, then dry it off. And then this is what I'm doing. Just some little sporadic dry brush bits in here in the buildings. That could be some, some windows or that type of thing. Even here on the side of this, yeah, that's got to be something. A couple of windows. Yeah, there. Got a bit more. That. There. Window here. Here. Important to use a brush that's kind of small enough for you to do this as well, but at the same time, don't fiddle around too much and get carried away with this. Yeah, um, there are points in here where you can get really drawn into it and suddenly forget the whole point of it. So this is a stem of the umbrella. I'll just draw that in quickly. Get that in. Oh, similar, isn't it? The brush. Yeah. Mm. On the buildings, this is what I do, kind of as a last finishing touch. Just pick out areas where I want to put some, windows or what have you, things on the side of the buildings. And it works. It really creates the idea of there being some buildings here in the background and more, because we've got all these areas here. We've got to kind of balance it out as well, right? We've got to have, even here, I feel like there should be a more kind of scratchier section for this area, because we've got, anytime something just looks a bit flat where it looks like there's one tone running through the whole thing. Whoops. Shouldn't have done that, you know. Maybe that will dry okay, actually. Okay. Bit more black. Really just neutral tint. Okay. Another thing I want to do is that there is some kind of, this bridge here does have not a bridge, but it's some kind of, there's definitely dark around here, the left-hand side of it, yeah? So I'm going to try to imply some bits and pieces there. Yeah. There. Um, just that kind of, I don't know, the shadow of that bridge, I suppose, running behind those figures. It's hard to do, but I want to try to put it in at least some indication of it like that. Do I have anything else to put in the buildings? Some more on the left-hand side, I'd say just some more here, some little bits and pieces. Maybe pick out a few. Mm. We can even use it to detail some of the buildings like this. They're closer ones anyway. I Mm. Mm. Little windows here on the left-hand side as well. Funny enough, this stage can really take quite a while to get your head around, and but you can relax during this stage because there's no rush. Get it all in. Okay, some more. This area here, the boundary where the wall is, or what have you, there at the back. I just put in a bit of another layer of color there. Here in the background, all this stuff has just turned into a big block of color. You know, obviously we do have some trees and stuff here as well, which I can just try to indicate over the top quickly. But I don't want to overdo it. And the waves, I think we can attempt to do this with some white gouache. So just grab some out. A little bit of white gouache. Yeah. And I will grab a brush. This is a number 8 flat brush. Number 8 flat brush. I'm going to pick up the gouache straight off the palette. And maybe dry it off a bit, but just not too much. So there's enough on there. So we can get in maybe like a wave here or something. Something like that. Do the same thing here. Side, and it kind of comes in a bit like that. Got to be kind of sparing with this. You sparingly use it. Tiny bit like that. Tiny bit out the back there. Hmm. Where it kind of hits the shore. That. Out. It's also mixed with some of the other colors I've got. Okay. I think that will do it. I think that'll do the trick. Pretty much done. Really the last, you know, you can just sort of sit here and play around and add some more details and stuff for the figures, even for the hair. But apart from that, I'm quite happy with how this one has turned out. Actually, it's certainly been tricky, and considering that there was no um, indication of what the you know, what this scene would look like, I just kind of just gave it a go and changed the angle of everything. But I think it's turned out okay. Yeah. But do let me know what you think. If you're still watching along, that is. And if you're watching along at home as well, after the replay, I'm going to take the tape off. Okay. Just bring off with plastic, and maybe I'll take off the other. Where we go? Take off that. Where's my other painting? It's disappeared. where I put it now. It's here. We've done a couple. Certainly done a couple of interesting scenes here today, and put it. And I hope you had fun. Um, this is driving me nuts here. I hope you had fun and ended up with something that you're proud of. And I think if you finished it, you should be very proud of yourself. Certainly for getting through it. And I'm just going to move this. This is nuts here. But really appreciate you all being here. And there's if there's any questions, let me know in the chats before I go ahead and finish off this one. And if you are interested in learning a bit more and would like to support me, just come and check out my Patreon. Also check out courses I've got, which you can sort of buy also separately on my website, watercolormentor.com/courses. It's in the link. It's all over my Facebook page anyway, so you can have a look at it. But I appreciate you all being here. And Wendy says, thanks for another great class. I like the building, shadows and waves. It amazes me how much taking the tape off makes it look finished. It does. It kind of frames it, and so that's why, you know, paintings always look so much better when they're in frames. They I don't know. It's just a thing, and yeah, it's my most fun part of taking it off. So Marianne Levy says thanks, many thanks, appreciate it, and I think that's it. Joan Dyson says add birds, seagulls. You mean here in the foreground? Yeah, that could be a thing. I might add some later on. But unless there's any more questions, I'm probably going to head off, everyone. There's lots of videos. If you're watching this, lots of other previous sessions that I've done, lots of these previous streams, and I've got a YouTube channel as well. So if you want to check them out on YouTube, have a look. You know, I'm trying to get some of those watch hours up on YouTube. So if you're interested, have a look on there, and there's, I don't know how many paintings. There's probably another 30 or so that you can try out too. Thank you, Doris. And Doris says she really enjoys the workshop. Awesome. I'm happy that you do. Happy that that you found them useful, and I think it's just this great community that we've got together as well, where we're doing something like this together, which makes it so much more fun. And even for myself, I can't believe I've sat here for 4 hours doing this, and same for you guys. Some of you people sitting here for 4 hours as well, so, or even a couple of hours. I mean, that's pretty impressive, I'd say. So thank you all for coming along. I will see you all next time. And I've got another session on Wednesday and also on Saturday. I'm gonna try to continue doing these on a couple of days. But I may reduce them down at some point. Yeah. So just kind of depending on how much time I got and stuff like that as well. So you know, enjoy them while they last. They're up. And let's have a look if there's anything else. Lucia says, thank you for another class for which I learned a lot. Fantastic. Thanks, Lucia, for coming along. You've been a great motivation to me as well. You're always here every weekend these days. So I'm going to end this stream. Thank you very much for coming, and I'll see you next time.